Hello, everybody. What's up? What's up, Oshi? How's it going? It was not a Windows error. It was just saying it did a virus scan and nothing happened for the, 10 millionth time that it's done that. But yeah. How's it going? Lips are chapped. Going good, nice. Good to hear. Make it a card game, nice. What is it, what's the premise? Scoundrel. Maybe? Let me look it up. Is it a card game? It's a roguelike card game. Yeah, I've never heard of Scoundrel. That's interesting. Yeah, just Scoundrel, but video game. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, it can be really fun to like make like physical games like video games, you know. I've done that with a couple things. I made like a dice game a long time ago, but it never really went anywhere. It was kind of fun though. But yeah, nice. It's pretty sick. My worst problem is game design. Yeah, that's fair. Game design is pretty tricky. You know, everybody always thinks that it's like, oh, the programming and the art, but to actually make the game fun is kind of hard. It's not easy. Can't make fun games. It's tricky. I feel like I can't either. I don't know what the secret is. I don't know. Something. I wish I knew. Yeah, playtesting definitely helps. That was one of the good things that I started doing with Starground. I think like one of the big things I've kind of noticed what people seem to enjoy is like making decisions, you know? It's I think games get really boring if there's not much thought process that goes into what you're doing. You know what I mean? Even if it's not necessarily like a competitive game, it's still fun if you have to make decisions. You know, that could be an artistic decision on how you want to build a house in Minecraft, for example, you know? I don't know. That's why Scoundrel's really fun, yeah. I think that's what it makes a lot of games like that fun. Is like the thinking that goes into it, you know? Yeah, that's awesome. Feel free to drop the link whenever it's playable. So very simple. Yeah, that's always kind of nice. Taking like a very simple idea and then expanding on that, I think, is always better than a massive complicated premise, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna try and do for the next game after Starground. Start with something extremely simple and then kind of build up from there, you know? That's what most fun games seem to do anyways. But yeah. Anyways, Steam networking. So fun. Totally. I put a crying emoji in the title because that's me when I have to work on Steam networking. It kind of isn't very fun. But I've been getting through it. Let's go over to this view. So, one issue that kept happening is that I would kept getting thrown this error. It's not going to be here anymore, but it was error number 53 or whatever, something 434, 35, I think, 35. And it would just say, connection error, refusing connection or something. And it was super weird, and like, it doesn't really describe anything. It's just a generic error from Godot Steam. Godot Steam. So, it was kind of stupid. I did eventually kind of figure out what was actually happening because I didn't know that this was a signal. There's a signal that gets emitted. It's network messages session failed. So whenever it's like fails to connect through Steam, it'll send that signal. Yeah, detect the communications have been disrupted in an unusual way, right? So I got that working. I got that connected up to here. So there's two types of errors that happen. The first is a certification error. And that could happen for a million reasons, but what's nice about this one is if it fails, just try and join again. Right? So that makes connecting a little more stable. And then this one, what would happen before if this error got thrown, the game would just completely freeze. You know, which is a problem. So now if this error gets thrown, it actually disconnects you from the server and brings you back to the main menu. It says timed out connecting to host. So that's good. It means that if it fails, it's just like, oh, I'll just try again instead of having to restart your game every time, because that kind of sucks. Now, I still would like to find like the cause of this error. It seems like what happens with it is that somebody connects to the server like this. So host opens the server here, client connects to the server, and that succeeds, right? That's good. But then client disconnects from the server and then connects again, and that one fails for some reason. But if they disconnect and then join again, it works. So it's like a pattern, which means that there's probably something I can do to fix it. I don't know what yet, though. I have to keep researching. D means timeout. Yeah, so it's... I don't know where these IDs get thrown. It's confusing, because trying to figure... So, here's a bunch of the problems. First off, this says that it passes in one argument in the documentation. No, it does like 4. So it's actually 4. I don't know why it's it only shows 1 inside of here. The reason that's an int. So it's a little stupid. So I had to figure that out. And just like actually figuring out that this thing was a thing, it was kind of hard. Yeah, I know. It's kind of frustrating because it's like, why is this just not working? And I'm like, oh, the documentation is just wrong. So it's a little stupid. Yeah, I don't know how. I guess they just made a mistake in the documentation. But this is how it should be. There should be 4. It passes in these different things. So there's like an ID. There's this thing, which I don't even know what this number is, but it's some kind of int. I think it's like a reason code or whatever, but I don't even use it, so I don't know what it does. There's connection state, which is like one of the states. There's a list of them. And then the message of whatever it says. So there's a couple different ones. When it like runs this one, I think it says like authentication failed, retrying or something. But yeah, it's working now. So, you know, if anyone's thinking about doing Steam stuff, keep that in mind. You probably want to have some error checking for joining games because they fail a lot. The connection constantly fails. And yeah, I just worked on a lot more Steam related things. So some of the things that I did was I kind of simplified the player code a little bit with like deleting the player. before we had this script inside of the player that was constantly running that would check if they're no longer connected, but that's stupid, right? So I got rid of that and I just have it set up with signals. So now on peer disconnect right here, it's going to check like if it's a Steam player, it's going to add it to like the save dictionary of Steam players and then delete it. And if it's not a Steam player, it'll drop the inventory and erase it from the local players. So essentially what that achieves is that if you play through Steam, your inventory will no longer drop on the ground when you leave, and when you join, it'll load your inventory again. So we can finally have like saved player data that doesn't get reset. Yeah. Something unexpected happened. Dude, that's basically what that error was saying before. That's why it was so hard to figure out what was happening. Because it didn't give me that error code or anything. So it was just trial and error of like, what is this? I had to find someone else that's fixed this before. It was weird. But yeah. So one thing I haven't tested actually, I need to load in with local, a local game. It should work just fine. I mean, I don't see why it would fail, but I kind of just got to make sure, right, that everything works as intended. So let's do that. Let's go into multiplayer manual. Host a game. Let's host cool. Join on localhost once it loads in. And everything should be fine, but I'm just gonna make sure. Hey, Psyche, what's up? How's it going? What is going on? Also, there's a couple minor issues I had to fix. As you can see, for some reason, this, oh, well, it didn't happen there. So there's a bug that happens on Steam only. I'll go over that. I'll open up my laptop so I can show that off, but... okay, but yeah, this seems to be fine. Basically, player connects over here. And that's it. So I realize I have my desktop audio low because of No Man's Sky. I forgot about that. So here I am, the client. If I leave on this guy, it should drop the inventory because it's like a local connection. But it did not. I think it'll only drop the stuff on a local connection if... No, it should have done it. Because right here it should have said ID is not 1. So go ahead and get the player if it's not null. If the Steam ID is 0, then drop the inventory. But it didn't drop the inventory, so I don't know what happened there. How was my day yesterday? It was good. I just kind of relaxed. I didn't really get up to much or anything, you know, but it was nice. So it does show that inventory was saved in here. Shows that I picked up 2 stone. But it didn't drop it for some reason, right? Because like, okay, we pick up the stuff here. I'm gonna go ahead and just print out, like, in here. Print the ID. It should definitely print this, but just to confirm that it is. That's running, you know? So let's try this out. Got stone in my inventory. I quit. So, okay, it is printing out the player ID. It could be the wrong ID, but that would be very strange if it was the wrong ID, because then what ID is it? Have I been watching Invincible? I have. Yeah, I've been keeping up with all the new episodes coming out, so I am caught up. Yeah, it's pretty good. I feel like the animation quality is like better this season. Last season it almost like dropped off a little bit, and I was like, huh, this is like not that good for some reason. But this season's feeling good, looking good. So yeah, I've enjoyed it so far. No, I did want to print the multiplayer ID. Maybe should have gone the Terraria route and let people just bring their single player characters to the multiplayer world. I mean, I could. But I don't know. It's always felt a little weird to me sometimes, to be honest, like loading into somebody else's world already having stuff from endgame. I feel like it's kind of okay with Terraria, because a lot of the progression in Terraria is like world-based, right? But I don't know. Yeah, I probably won't do that, but you know, it's not a bad solution. So why wouldn't this run though? That's, I guess, what I'm just confused about right now. Because I get the player node. Is it that the player is null? Which would be really weird, because it should only queue free it here. So let's just make sure it's not that. A lot of people are complaining this season about the animation. Yeah. I think it's been fine, honestly. I mean, I haven't, like, noticed it being bad. Wait, how did... Huh? Okay, that's definitely strange. They still have the stone. But how did that happen? What happens when someone leaves and comes back, though? Is the person joining just reset every time? Well, this is only with local multiplayer connection, which most people won't be doing. Through Steam, it'll save your inventory, so... Is it because I'm actually getting a Steam ID? That might be what's happening here. I think, it's... I think it's because I'm logged into Steam, and it's making this a Steam account. Yeah. Funny. So... It's because it's just working. It's just working like with Steam. I mean, it's not necessarily a problem, I guess, doing it that way. A little weird, but it's fine. I guess that means even if you're playing on local multiplayer or whatever and you have Steam open in the background, you can still get the Steam ID, even if the game's not on Steam. So I'm not complaining. I mean, almost everybody has Steam, so I mean, sure. Okay, I didn't realize it's different Steam integration. That sounds good then. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's really going to be an issue, because, I mean, everybody uses Steam. You can't even really get the game not on Steam anyways, so it's kind of fine, I think. Let's see. Shoot. How difficult is it to stay motivated enough to work in your game for several hours most days? Your work effort. I appreciate it. Work ethic. Yeah. Work in my own game at least once a day, but not for several hours. Yeah. It's really hard. I think motivation is one of the most difficult things about game development, and it always will be. Even if you're working on like a game that you really enjoy working on, there's always just going to be that, you know, days where you don't feel like it and you just have a bad time. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing to stay motivated with it is like, honestly, with streaming, it's less motivation, more discipline. It's not that I want to work on the game, but it's that it's my scheduled time and I'll feel bad if I, you know, let everybody down that's expecting a stream today, right? And I did that on purpose because it's like, it's a good way to force yourself to get through the difficult parts, you know, turn it more from motivation and discipline. But there are a lot of ways to keep yourself just motivated, right? I mean, first things first is like, work on a game that you actually enjoy working on. Don't make a game that you hate, because then you're never going to want to work on it. you know, I really like automation games, and so that's kind of why, like, I enjoy continually working on Starground, because it's like, I don't know. I know what I want, and I think that makes it more fun, right? Because it's like I've played thousands of hours in Factorio and Satisfactory, and so it's like I don't have to worry so much about and like struggle with the game design aspect of it as much. And yeah, other things is like, how would I stay motivated? You don't always have to get the difficult things done first. A lot of the times what I'll do is just kind of start with the easiest thing. Start with a little fun thing on the side. You can't always do that. Eventually you're gonna have to get to a spot like today where I have to do the boring, stupid stuff that I hate. Because that stuff, unfortunately, is necessary to make the game good. But it's okay to kind of relax some days, you know, even if it means that you're not getting a pressing thing done. Doesn't mean you should do that every day, because that can become a problem if that's all you do, right? Because then you're left with a situation where you're just left with hard stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that's helpful. I mean, those are the main things I can think of, is like work on a genre you know and enjoy. And I don't know. A lot of it is just mindset too, of like, one of the big things that was difficult for me early on with staying motivated is like how everything has to be perfect, right? And like getting really demotivated when I can't get it perfect, because the truth is that it's never going to be perfect. So a big part of it is like learning to kind of accept like 90% instead of 100%, because 100% doesn't exist. But it really is just a sort of thing where it's you get more disciplined over time. It's definitely hard starting out, so I would just make everything as easy and fun as possible for yourself, right? I think the biggest thing with development is don't necessarily develop a game that is fun to play, but develop a game that's fun to develop, because then you're going to make a fun game by consequence of that. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Also, what's up, Louie? Welcome in. Psyche was talking about Invincible. There's a new season out. I've not had any issues with the animation stuff. I think it's fine. I know how difficult animation is, so I kind of get it, you know. What keeps me motivated? Seeing other people use / play my projects. Yeah, that's another big thing too, is like getting feedback, right? There's going to be a lot of feedback, if we're being honest, that isn't very nice to read. You're always going to get that kind of feedback, right? But you also get a lot of positive feedback too. And if you're actually addressing people's problems, I think it really helps feel like you're not wasting your time as much, right? Excellent advice. Thank you for the thorough answer. No problem. Yeah, if you ever got questions, let me know. We can see network clean. Oh, that'd be nice, yeah. Well, that's what we're trying to do today, at least just a little bit. So yeah, this is just working with the Steam inventory stuff. I mean, that's fine. I'll just leave it like that. I don't even need to change that. Well, I'm just gonna assume that this stuff would work in here. I'm pretty sure it would. In the off chance that somebody doesn't have a Steam account, which is like 0% of people, it should just drop the inventory instead. I mean, the big thing is that it works with this person, which is not through Steam, so like the server, so it theoretically should work with everybody else, but I can't say for sure. But if Steam ID is invalid or 0, then that means it'll just do this stuff instead, so hopefully we'll be fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Questions? Yeah, where is my make it better and publish button? I wish I had that button too. Yeah, that last like stretch toward getting things kind of cleaned up and ready to go for actual release is really hard, isn't it? But it just takes time. Also, something I realized too with the players is you can see the little controller icon thing. It's not supposed to happen. So let's fix that real quick. I don't even know where it is. Is it here? No. It's probably in like the cursor mining target. It's not in the hand. I have no idea where this would be. It's that little circle. God, look at all the GPU artifacting. You guys can see that, right? I'm not just crazy about all that. It's really frustrating. I can't fix it anymore. Doesn't work. My fix stopped working. So, okay, I don't see where the heck that is. I know it's in here somewhere. There's a lot of nodes in the player now. It's not in cursor. It's not in mining target, I don't think. I wish I could just... It's not a build preview. Dude. Okay, I guess I'm looking at a script. Global dot controller. It's called Crosshair. So apparently it's just a child of the player. But where? Where is that? There it is. God, I'm stupid. So I have it set to be visible if controller is active, but the thing is that it's visible by default, so let's make it invisible by default, and that should fix it. Nice to meet you. I've been doing an early access game using C++, OpenGL. Ah, nice. It's been early access 3 years now. I'm thinking of switching to Unreal or Godot. I've been checking out streamers like this. Awesome, yeah. If you've got links or anything, feel free to drop them in chat. So we can check it out. Yeah, you're welcome to. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, how has C++ been? Because I know, like, it's probably a bit more difficult to program a C++ in OpenGL than it is to use an engine. I haven't done very many things without an engine, but I mean, there's pros and cons. I guess you do get a lot of flexibility with that. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. And yeah, as far as like engines go, I think, I mean, I've really enjoyed using Godot. I've messed with Unreal a little bit. I think it just kind of depends on what you're looking for out of your engine. I mean, if you're trying to really aim for something super high fidelity, you know, AAA graphics kind of thing, then Unreal is, of course, going to be the better option. But if you're not aiming for something like that, I personally think Godot is a little bit more lightweight and flexible when it comes to things like that, with like 2D especially. I know that the 2D, like Unreal does have 2D stuff, but it's not that good from what I hear. So probably not a good option if you're planning to do 2D stuff. Different engines for different jobs. There's no one engine. Exactly, yeah. They all have pros and cons, right? A lot of engines get pretty close. I mean, Unity and Godot are pretty multi-purpose, you know? You can practically make anything in those engines, but they're not perfect. There are flaws to all of them, right? Even Godot has flaws, I admit it. I love Godot, but... Thanks. Unreal offers a superior character animation framework, Supreme Collision, physics, framework for FPS. Yeah, like, there's gonna be definitely... It's more catered toward Godot's flaws in a way. I know, it's hard to believe. But yeah, I know that Unreal has a lot of good tools for like stuff that's not necessarily just programming. I know they have like the blueprint system, and like I know that character animation and stuff like that is, from what I hear, pretty good. But yeah, again, I think it just kind of depends, right? Yeah, Godot is very lightweight, which I really enjoy because it makes it so easy to develop, you know? Like, I can just load things up in a second, you know? And I have a million tabs and stuff open, so it slows down a little bit when that's the case, but man, if I close all that and just click the play button, I wait like 2 seconds. It was never like that with Unreal or Unity or anything like that. And even just opening the engine too. I rarely ever close it, honestly. But, man, it only takes like 10 seconds to load the project, which is awesome. I would definitely miss that if I ever moved to a different engine, you know? I use Unity for 15 years plus and Unreal for the last 10 years, but really enjoy Godot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I used like GameMaker for a super long time, and then I messed around with Unity, but for me, once I moved over to Godot, it just kind of just clicked, you know? I was just immediately like, this is kind of awesome. Because it's really got everything I want. You know, me personally, I'm not ever going to do like crazy 3D Unreal Engine type stuff. So I really value that lightweightedness of Godot. And, you know, the great thing, too, is with the Godot, I can do 3D and 2D, and I can do everything I want to do still. So I don't really feel like I'm limited by that, right? Which is always nice. Let's see, sorry, I'm missing... It's hard, I always miss questions on YouTube. I'll read those in just 1 second here. Unreal does do games, so it is better at VFX and film. That's also true, yeah. A lot of people use that for, like, film stuff, which is pretty crazy. Great, Godot does all I need now, so low indie, it's perfect, yeah. Right, like, I feel like Unreal's very good for a larger team, but I don't know, Godot just... I don't run into all the issues I run into with Unity and Unreal. Especially with just like UI stuff where it's like I don't know where things are and it's like I don't know. Everything in Godot, everything being a node, it's just so easy. I don't know. It's very nice. And just because it's easy doesn't necessarily mean that it's, you know, you lose like customizability and power with that, right? But so yeah. If I use Unreal, I'll be using 4.27 for my project since it's responsive, mature, and good target performance. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with Unreal 2, right? It's all just, it really just comes down to personal preference, right? There's no right or wrong choice. So yeah. Actually, Unreal for larger team has its problems unless you set it up correctly. Oh, yeah. 1 BP files are 1 file. Oh, that's frustrating, yeah. Everything being a node makes it easier? Yeah. Trying to wrap my mind around the node philosophy. Yeah, so it's oh my god. Why is my what's happening? Okay. My keyboard. Anyway, so yeah, Godot, basically every single thing, almost every single thing in Godot is a node. There's kind of a couple main pillars of things in Godot. So I'd say like the first thing is nodes. This is the first pillar. This is N for nodes. You also have resources, which I can get into. Resources are pretty straightforward in concept. And then really, I guess the only other thing is just kind of like the stuff that isn't either of those, which is like settings. Yeah, like project settings and stuff. Scripts are technically a resource if you think about it, so I'm going to include scripts as that. Also, before we get into that, though, there was a message on YouTube. Sorry about this. Have you put in A-star pathfinding in your game for enemies and such? I think that's the next major obstacle I'm going to tackle once I'm done with my current game. Yeah. Pathfinding algorithms scare me, but I'm determined to finally get over that hump in the future. So, the great thing about Godot is that it does it for you. If we go look at one of my scripts, like this guy, all you have to do is give a scene a navigation agent, and it'll do A-star for you without having to implement any algorithm. So, pretty awesome. That's one of the things, like, algorithm stuff I messed around with for a long time in GameMaker, and it always sucked. But dude, it was so easy in Godot. Basically what you do is you just add a navigation agent and then you define a navigation region. So if we look inside one of the rooms for the dungeons, you can see what I'm talking about. There's this like I have this node, it's a navigation region 2D. You just define the points, then bake it, and it creates this polygon of where these navigation agents can move. So super easy to set up. You can get this set up in like 2 minutes. But yeah. Anyways, I'm juggling a million things here. Yeah, it is kind of awesome, isn't it? Yeah, Unity doesn't do that, man. Yeah, they have nav mesh, but yeah, I know that's like 3D stuff. It's very nice and Godot with that. Anyways, let me read all these messages I missed in here. Then really have to break the level up into layers and instance levels to allow multiple people to work on the same level. Okay. I'm spending a lot of time at the moment in Godot, playing with 2D shaders, interacting with tile maps and such. Oh, nice. Also playing with shaders for the backgrounds and parallax, add animated effects and VFX to parallax background. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, shaders are super cool. So yeah, anyways, to continue the thought, Render Goblin, my apologies. Yeah, I know that you've been having issues, Oshik. I don't know what's up with that. I think it really is just like an engine bug or something. Because I looked into the issue more on that. I think it's just because you're creating, not intentionally, but creating polygons that like have weird edges, and then it just fails to like create them. I don't know, that's weird. So yeah, these are so let's talk about nodes. Let's go over nodes. So basically everything in Godot, like if you want to make a room or an enemy or anything, it's a scene. It's a .tscn file. So it's pretty simple in concept. You can think of it as like a room in GameMaker or a prefab in Unity. It's basically the same thing. And then inside of these scenes, every single scene is a node. So let's go look at the player. So the root node, the top level node of the player, is a character body 2D. So there's all these different node types in the game, in Godot. It's not a game. And they all do their own things. So, of course, Starground being a 2D game, I'm using the 2D nodes a lot. Basically, nodes all have their own functions. A lot of these nodes will inherit from other nodes, but there's some like top level nodes that everything inherits from, right? I guess the top level node is this. It's just node. It's basically an empty plain node. It's sort of like just a template for everything else to inherit from. Then you have 2D nodes, so you have like an animated sprite, an audio listener, audio player. There's a million different nodes that all do a million different things. So this is sort of where you can get into composition with Godot, because let's say I want to make a player. I am going to drag in one of these sprite 2D nodes. I can drag in a collision shape 2D, and now I have collision and my sprite stuff set up. So that's sort of how that works, right? So all the functionality in Godot kind of stems from these nodes. And every node can also have their own script attached and stuff like that, right? So we do have an ad starting soon. I'll try and get to a point here with nodes. And yeah, there's also control nodes. This is all for UI stuff, and they kind of all do their own functions too, right? And there's 3D nodes. So, but yeah, everything in Godot is a node. So like the player is a node, and also the world that the player is in is also a node, right? So it's all nodes. You can really just think of nodes as being like a script or something, right? Or a class. But yeah, you can just load it with whatever you want. So like I have different sound players here for the player. I have a collision shape. I have a camera node, so like I can do a camera thing. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the general concept of it. We do have ads starting in 1 second. I'm out of snooze credits. I would skip it if I could, but yeah, let's wait for that ad to get through. And then we will continue, and I'll go over resources and stuff. So this looks like an object listener model. Yeah, I would say it's like entity component kind of structure where it's like everything is sort of its own little self-contained component rather than having to inherit from something. So like you can add in you know, a sprite onto a node or onto another sprite. It doesn't matter what the parent is. So it's basically just component architecture, which I find very nice to use. Okay, ads are going on, so let's wait for that. Ugh, stupid ads. Then yeah, we got resources. Hey, when I'm out of snooze credits. Feels like I get those snooze credits so slow. I don't know what the deal is. I swear they've like slowed down the rate at which you get them returned back to you. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know if I'm just crazy or if that's actually changed. Come on, ads. Let's get going here. Do 20 seconds. Almost. We're getting there. Come on, dude. 4, 3, 2. Okay. Ads are over. My apologies. I hate the ads. They're stupid. Anyways, let's continue with what I was talking about. So yeah, nodes, it's all nodes. It's nodes all the way down, right? A node can be a child. So that's another thing that I need to go over is that nodes can like be children of other nodes, right? So I can drag in a node and make it a child of a specific node, right? So this player node has a bunch of children nodes, all of these nodes, and some of these nodes have their own children nodes. Like this sprite has a helmet and also a hit sprite on it as a child. So it's like it's nodes. And almost everything in the game that you will create will be a node, right? And what's nice about it too is you can also define your own nodes. You can define like custom node classes. So this player is technically not a character body 2D. It is a class node of player. So this is the player node. And then entity is another node. This is basically what I do to just kind of handle like health and stuff like that for all the entities in the game. So what's nice about Godot is you can do inheritance and like component structure at the same time, which is kind of convenient because it just gives you a lot of flexibility with how you want to design things, right? Like if I wanted to, I could separate out this entity stuff. Like I could make health its own component if I wanted to, but I don't have to. I can inherit, so. Also, what's up, Ryan? Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, it was my birthday. It was good. I didn't do much, just kind of relaxed. I did stream some Starground stuff for a little bit, so. Yeah, Turtles all the way down reference, yeah. Hey, Debato, what's up? For my passion project from Love 2D over to Godot. Let's go. Awesome, yeah. Yeah, do it up. I haven't used Love 2D before, but yeah, hopefully the process isn't too bad. I do kind of love having a UI, although you don't have to technically. So anyways, on to the next column. There's resources, and resources are pretty simple in concept. It's basically, think of anything that doesn't do code. So like a script, well, script is technically a resource. I guess a script is a resource. Hold on, let me shut up the game. But yeah, resources essentially just hold data, right? That's all resources do. So scripts are resources. If you really think about it, a script is just text. It's just data that tells the node what to do once it's in the game. So it is a resource. And so things like beyond just scripts and code, also all of the sprites are a resource. Images are resources, sounds are resources. And there's also a lot of other kinds of resources too. You can also make your own custom resources also if you want. For example, I made resources for effects. So in Starground, there is a list of, in here, different effects that people can have. So there's like strength, speed, slowness. Same with I have these like tables of things, so like a recipe table. It's essentially just a big list of everything that like things that can be crafted, right? So it's easy for me to go in here and modify it, and also for modding. So but yeah, that's, I mean, resources are pretty simple in concept. Text files are resources, anything that contains data. And that also includes other things. So there's also these are all the different resources. If you just click create new resource, you can see all of them. But there's like shaders are resources, tile sets, themes, which is for like UI stuff, sprite frames. These are all the resources. And then the last thing is settings, which I mean isn't really like, it's just like changing project settings. That's really the only other part of Godot, I would say. But yeah. That's just sort of a surface level concept of how Godot sort of functions. There's a lot more to it though, like kind of learning about like exporting variables and all the different functions and stuff you can do, and it's a lot. But yeah, essentially what you're going to have is a parent node, and this is going to be your world or whatever, right? And actually up above this, you even have the game window. So I think the game window is actually the parent of everything. Then you have your world, and then as a child of your world, you're gonna have different objects. So like, here is your player, and here is a box, and here is an enemy. You know, he's angry because he's an enemy. But yeah, hopefully that kind of gives you somewhat of an idea of what Godot's all about. Let me read this. It's a Danish board game called Partners. I want to make my own spin-off of, make into a video game. It's basically just a fun party game for me and my friends, and see if I want to release it when I like the state of it. Nice, that's awesome. Party games can be really fun to make. I've made a couple in the past that never really got released or anything or finished, but it's kind of, I don't know. I really enjoy making games that I design to play with my friends, because it's like I think about what's going to be the funniest and just most fun experience for us, right? Honestly, that's sort of how Starground started out too, if I really think about it. Also, Skelos, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? But yeah, anyways, to conclude the Godot stuff. Yeah, nodes, resources, and like settings, but it's kind of like not really a thing. It's just settings. But yeah, I mean, like, it's what I love the node idea, because it's, you can do inheritance, you can do components, and you can create your own. So that opens a whole branch of like cool things that you can do, cool architecture, right? I could create like every single item in the game as its own resource and stuff like that, and then I load in the resource into a node. So it gets really, really cool. So yeah, it's going. Yeah, feel that. I don't really play games anymore other than party games. Yeah. Or enlisted as the exception. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, I try and play games when I can, but my like amount of game playing has really dropped off. You know, I mean, I used to spend hundreds of hours all the time, but now it's like I'd be lucky if I get an hour a week of gaming. It's, yeah, definitely changed. I guess that's what happens when you actually have to work and do stuff. I think I've basically kicked the cold ahead at the beginning of the week. Ah, nice. That's always good, yeah. Man, it really makes you appreciate not being sick. You know what I mean? After you've gotten sick, being able to breathe and not be in pain, it's like, oh, thank God. Work. I know. Vile. Nobody wants to hear about work. First time being sick in over 4 years. Sheesh. Yeah. That was what it was like when COVID started. I went years without getting sick because we actually got our act together and stopped getting the germs everywhere. It's crazy. Medicine that had its Tylenol, yeah. Does that even like count as medicine? I don't know. I guess it does. Let's see. Well, I guess I got the Steam stuff working. Anti-inflammation, that is true. What's the difference? Ibuprofen. Tylenol is anti-inflammation. Ibuprofen is like, isn't one of them like a nerve block? Like, I don't know. I'm not a pharmacist. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I have no idea. I know that like you should take different ones depending on the type of pain though. I should probably like actually learn the difference. Just read the bottles as needed. That is completely fair, yeah. Alright, I'm just kind of looking through everything to make sure that we've got it all. I think we're fine. I mean, I can't really test the local player thing because the Steam account, I would have to turn off my internet to test it. So I will do that, but I'm not going to do that right now because I can't really. Not while I'm streaming, at least. Also, Steam ID by default is null, which is bad. I'm going to make it 0 by default. It should always be set to something, but if a brand new player gets instantiated, it should be set to 0 by default because otherwise it's going to think that it's null and think that it's not a Steam, not a regular player or whatever, and it's going to be bad. I'm messing with Bashir on dying slowly, yeah. For a multiplayer game, which Godot version do you recommend? Yeah. So, there's a couple options. And it kind of just depends on what you want. I presume that you would probably want to integrate your multiplayer with Steam stuff, right? I mean, almost everybody on Earth will. And if so, I think Godot Steam is kind of the gold standard for integrating Godot stuff with Steam. What's nice about Godot Steam is it is the complete package. It's got everything. So not only can you do all the networking multiplayer stuff, but you can also do server stuff. You can do matchmaking. You can do like achievements and Steam Workshop stuff and all of the things that you can think of with Steam. It has support for everything. So with that, there's a couple different builds. So there's standard, which is just kind of like running all the Steam functions directly to do your multiplayer, which is fine. Server is for server stuff. It's good for like if you need like if you want a centralized master server, right? So pros and cons to them all. It's nice to have a master server, but it also means that you are gonna have to like run those servers. Basically, that's not peer-to-peer. Multiplayer peer is what I use because basically this is a way to integrate multiplayer with the built-in Godot multiplayer synchronizer and spawners. Because what happened, the reason why I went that route is because I programmed all the multiplayer without Steam, and then later on I was like, I'm gonna add Steam support stuff, and then I realized, oh, I would have to completely rip everything up. So thank God that this exists. This is super awesome. Being able to integrate all the Godot stuff straight with Steam. I personally really like using the built-in Godot multiplayer stuff because, well, first off, I've gotten used to it. But it's also just really easy. Then there's also Skillet. That's not anything. That's just a game. So, kind of need to use dedicated server since the host would be able to hot cheat otherwise. Yeah. I mean, it just depends on like how much you care about cheating. If it's just a little party game that you're playing with your friends, it probably doesn't matter. But if this is like a thing where it's like you have to verify that people aren't cheating when they're offline or whatever, then yeah, you probably want to do server. You know, I didn't do that because with Starground, I do not want any costs. I don't want to have to pay to rent server space for Starground. That would suck. Because eventually, you know, there would be a day that comes where I couldn't afford it and I have to shut the servers down for Starground. That would be stupid. But, you know, a lot of games just kind of have to have a server, so I'd probably look into this stuff then. With this, you wouldn't be able to use the built-in Godot multiplayer stuff, but I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you have experience with multiplayer stuff, especially like web development, it probably wouldn't be too much of a hassle to get to learn about this kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, basically, I don't even like know the exact difference because, you know, I haven't used the server stuff, so I don't even know how the server is different than regular Steam stuff. But I'm sure there's documentation for how to get started with that stuff, right? Like game server. There's going to be a bunch of things here. Yeah, you're going to have to like authenticate people with their Steam IDs and stuff like that, right? And people's sessions and yeah. Steam ID, all this stuff. Log on, log off. So yeah, I mean, this would be best if you want to store people's like save data in the cloud, you know, on the server. I just don't really need to do that with Starground, so that's why I never bothered doing like server stuff, but I mean, this totally works though. Problem I would have with using P2P is that I would hate myself if I someday decided to release the game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, server stuff has its place, but a lot of the times I think it's not really worth it. I think like server is necessary if it's a game that's continually online. So I think something like World of Warcraft, right? Because yeah, it just has to be that way because it won't work otherwise. If people like do offline progress single player, then they cheat and then go onto the public servers, it's just a mess, right? But honestly, if it's a party game, I don't think it's worth it to go through the struggle of setting up server infrastructure. I mean, you can, right? I mean, there's nothing saying that you can't, but I guess it just depends on how much you want to work to get things set up, right? Honestly, the standard P2P stuff would probably work just fine because I think you can still do matchmaking and stuff that way with auto matchmaking, even if you do P2P, which is kind of nice. Because all this essentially does is just it submits the player IDs, you know, and then just kind of randomly... I'm sure there's ways that you could kind of decide who gets matchmake to who. But yeah, this would honestly probably not be too bad to set up with P2P, just with the standard. Multiplayer peer would be the way to go. I It's hard to say. I think it really just kind of comes down to personal preference. It's like, do you want to use Godot stuff or do you want to use Steam stuff, right? If you do standard, what you're going to have to be using is all of the Steam functions for all the multiplayer stuff. So say I want to sync some variables or something, you're going to have to access Steam and then send the packets manually, which is totally fine if that's the route you want to go. But honestly, I feel like it's a little easier to not use that and use the multiplayer peer. Because then, like, the multiplayer in Godot, I gotta be honest, is really easy once you kind of get it set up. Because how multiplayer is still set up in Godot is you have 2 nodes that do the multiplayer stuff. So there is the synchronizer node and the spawner node. So the synchronizer node, essentially, you just set it to a variable. So let's say I have, in my player, I want to sync the variable, I don't know, speed, right? I'm just going to go ahead and say add property, click on speed, and you're done. It'll make sure that that value stays the same on the server and the client, or the host and the client. It's not technically the server, but you get the idea. Yeah, multiplayer peer, I've had a really good time with it. You kind of have to work out the quirks and understand it, but once you know what's happening and what things do, it starts to get really easy to implement things in multiplayer. But it's really cool. And there's also like different modes. You can set this to on change, so it actually only sends a packet when the variable changes. So there's actually a lot of like optimization you can do with this. I usually keep most things on change unless it's something that's constantly going to be updating anyways, like position or velocity, right? So it's pretty cool. And there's a lot of stuff I haven't even used, if I'm being real. There is... You can set the visibility of synchronizer nodes. So by default, public visibility will be on, which means all peers can like sync with this node. But you can also turn that off and choose who gets to sync with the node, right? So it's actually really interesting because say you have like a game where you don't want people to cheat. Let's say it's like a fog of war type of thing. Like player B can see in this radius, right? And then player A's unit is right here. So you could say, don't actually synchronize any of this data unless the server checks that this person is in view of this player. Then go ahead and set the visibility of the synchronizer to update the position. So it's just kind of little things like that that you can do if you want. You don't have to do that, but if you really are worried about cheating, there's a lot of ways that you can prevent that. And like, if you don't necessarily need to save people's data online, then yeah, this is probably going to be the route, right? But yeah, I've really had a good time with these. And then the other one is the spawner node, and it's pretty simple in concept. I have one in the world. All you do is you just give it a list of scenes that you want to sync. So, it's just going to have this. It's a big list of strings. And so what that'll do is say, because you have to think about this in terms of like having 2 perspectives at all times, right? So on the left is the server, this is ID of 1, and then this is the client. So let's say I create a scene over here. I instantiate a scene, and let's say it's a player. So this is the server player, the host's player. If you have the path of that scene in your spawner node, they always look like that, then it'll automatically create that node also over for the client. And the great thing about it too is if you delete this node, it also deletes it on the client. So it makes it very easy to make sure that nodes exist on both sides, right? Yeah. Basically just ways to keep everything synced up. Really easy once you kind of get the hang of it. It took a little bit for me, especially because I've never done multiplayer stuff, just kind of trying to understand what I'm doing. But, you know, I think once you kind of actually get into it and mess around with it and learn about it more, read some things, I think it's, yeah, not too bad. Yeah, multiplayer authority is definitely another thing. What multiplayer authority is essentially just saying who has the authority over a node. So, yeah, right. So let's say you have, I don't know, a player node here. And let's say the authority of this player is 1. So 1 will always be the server. So the host, by default, everything will be the authority of 1, right? So essentially, if this is the authority of 1, it means that the person on the server's screen, it's going to receive input from them. And also, they're the only ones allowed to like use the spawner and the synchronizer and stuff like that. So it's basically a way of controlling who can actually do the multiplayer stuff. So technically you could set up to where everything is authority of 1 and the only thing that isn't is like a node that checks for input from the client, and then you give the authority of that node to whatever the ID that's set when they join the game, right? Whatever that number is. It's just going to be a long random 64-bit number. It's pretty simple in theory. You're gonna have to do some experimenting, but I think it's the way to go. Yeah, I think so. It's pretty nice. And then that'll receive input from the player, and then you basically send that input back. So you could do that. And then just have everything else as the authority of the server. The only other thing to go over with multiplayer, I think, is RPC functions. And honestly, it's really simple. Essentially, an RPC function is just a function that you call that will run on everybody. So let's say you have a function here. This is a function cool. And you have function cool for the client, right? So like both people have this same function in the code. I'm sure this has other, engines and stuff use this concept, but so let's say I've denoted, or normally what will happen is if I call this function on the server, it just runs it in here on the server and it never runs it on the client, right? Which can be a problem sometimes because you need things to sync up. So defining a function as an RPC, you just say like at RPC at the top like that. Now you can call this function saying cool.rpc like that. And if you call it like that with an RPC function, it will call it here and do the stuff here, but then also do it here. So it's a way of calling a function on both the server, the host, and the client, and everybody else connected. So I have like an example of one in here. So mine sound. There's also these other tags you can add to it. So call local means if you call it from the server, it will also run it on the server. Any peer means that you can call it from somebody that isn't the authority of this function, right? So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, anyways. It's pretty nice, though. I've had a good time with it. And yeah, I've ran into plenty of issues, but, the thing that I usually always realize is it's always my fault. I always eventually find a solution and just realize I just did something stupid, right? So Mystical, what's up? How's it going? Did you completely finish building single player before starting multiplayer? Did you do it as you were building single player? Yeah, so I started with multiplayer from the very beginning of everything. That was the first thing I did, actually. So basically, I designed everything around multiplayer. Technically, single player is just multiplayer, but without other people playing. I actually set it's an offline multiplayer peer. So this type of peer essentially lets you do all the multiplayer functions, but it's kind of like a dummy one. Because when you play single player, you don't actually need to do the networking stuff, but it doesn't like break all your RPC calls and stuff. So yeah, I started with it from the very beginning, and I'm glad that I did. You could start with single player and then kind of integrate multiplayer in, but it would be a little tricky, you know. It's nice to kind of do multiplayer first. Making single player for multiplayer is way easier than the other way around, right? All you have to do to make multiplayer single player is just don't connect to anybody. And then it's single player, right? So it's pretty easy. Also, we have ads going on, unfortunately. What happens if you do not have an internet connection? It just won't let you do multiplayer. You can still play single player just fine, even with the offline node. So the offline peer is just, it's just nothing, right? I actually have to expand my blackboard here, I think. I'm running out of space a little bit. There we go. We got room to draw. I'm gonna try and keep using the same blackboard because I think it'd be fun if we zoom out one day and it's like this enormous wall of things that I've drawn. It'll be absolute chaos, but yeah, I'll wait for the ads real quick before we go over this. Man, I'm getting tired of these ads. We back, epic. Yeah, sorry about the ads. I hate it just as much as you guys do. Because it means that I have to completely stop what I'm talking about and wait for a minute. And silence. And it's like, stupid. Oh, come on. Okay, we are back from the ads. Sorry, everybody. I apologize. Yeah, give me 1 minute here. I need to text my aunt before it's too late in the day. Okay. Anyways, ads are over. So, with the offline multiplayer node, it's just like one issue that I kept having is I would have these functions. I would have like, you know, function dumb, right? And because they're RPCs, right? What would happen is that it would like fail on single player because it doesn't have multiplayer stuff set up. Because I didn't create like a multiplayer peer. And so it just crashed the game and caused a bunch of issues. But I realized there's this thing, it's the offline multiplayer peer. It's like this. All it does is it just lets you like keep the multiplayer RPC stuff and it still works, but you don't have to actually be online. So this works totally just fine without any internet. It's just like a dummy placeholder kind of thing for multiplayer. So very good that they actually added that. Thank God. But yeah. What's up, Ace? How's it going? Welcome in. Let's see. Astro, what's up? Enjoying the Godot tabs. Pretty teaching to procrastinate something? I don't really have anything pressing right now. I kind of got the Steam stuff working. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, I don't know. This is my list of things that I wanted to get done. I wanted to do the linking inventory stuff, which I completed successfully. So honestly, I think really the only other thing I might work on is mod dependency stuff. I will see. But, yeah. We'll probably do that. But I want to get this update up and then get started on the next one, so... I was wondering... oh, man. I was wondering... I was wondering, because I was starting to develop multiplayer, wasn't sure if I should before doing single player. Yeah. Do I recommend any plugins for easier multiplayer development? Honestly, I don't really use any plugins on Godot. And the reason is because I absolutely despise it when I have a plugin and then I have to update the engine and now my plugin is out of date and they never update it. Because it just like means that I have to backtrack on all the stuff that I implemented for the plugin. And that's why I never do plugins. So I don't know. I honestly couldn't recommend any because I just don't know about any of the plugins. But yeah. Let's see. Thanks for the help, Chip. Gonna go to bed now. Some sick feeling. Yeah, no problem at all. Thanks for popping in the stream. Appreciate it. And have a good rest of your night. But yeah, specifically for multiplayer stuff, honestly, I don't think there's necessarily any plugins for multiplayer. There might be in here somewhere, but I don't know. The biggest thing I would just say for multiplayer is just use Godot Steam, which I think does have a plugin, but I think it's better to use the custom build of the engine. So we had to see a plugin do something that couldn't already be done in Godot anyway. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Most of them seem to be quality of life over adding features. Yeah, right. And the ones that do add features, like, it's great and all, but again, it goes back to that problem of things not being updated. I hate relying on things, right? Because it's like, I don't want Starground to be broken one day. I want it to last for eternity. So yeah, I mean, plugins are nice. I think the ones that are probably okay is like the engine plugins. So not stuff like adding in functionality in game, but kind of like there's one that like does there's a little like you can write down a list, a to-do list, right? And there's one that like does like Twitch integration with Godot. So those ones I think are okay. But yeah, they're not necessarily for making multiplayer easier. The GD extension template, it's easy enough to use now. You can make your own plugin if you really need a functionality. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've thought about making plugin stuff. It is pretty interesting. The plugin stuff is definitely cool. I think it's probably just better to make your own plugins, though. And maintain your own plugins because you can update them, right? Than relying on other people's plugins. But I don't know, that's just me, you know. I mean, you can use plugins if you want. I'm not saying you can't use plugins. But I just don't know what I would even recommend because I haven't used any, right? So I mean, there are plugins in here, I guess, that do multiplayer stuff. I don't even know what it would do. But like this one, Jam Launch. Let's watch this epic video.
In this video, I'm going
to... So, I mean, I guess, like, there is stuff for multiplayer, but... I don't know. You know? I can't say that this would actually be a good idea to use this, right? I have no idea. So, but yeah, I don't know. I'm tired. I got up really early today, guys. I got up at 4 a.m. which is insane because it's basically the opposite of when I usually get up. I usually get up like right before I stream, and that's why I'm usually tired because I just woke up. But now it's the opposite problem. I'm tired because I've been awake for a long time. I do yawn a lot, I know. I'm just always tired. I just don't get enough sleep. This kind of sucked because it's like I wanted to go and get more sleep, right? This morning. But I just couldn't go to sleep. I don't know. It wouldn't work. My brain wouldn't stop. Oh, this is interesting. It's kind of fun. Did you use the docs to help implement it? Oh, with multiplayer stuff? Who's FSM? Now I'm just looking at random things. Finance state machine. Discord presence. I would like to add that one day. Maybe I will. Yeah, eventually. Planetary processing multiplayer SDK. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of these are helpful for really specific use cases, but most of the time you probably don't want to have to rely on them. Sad. But yeah, documentation stuff, I've definitely used a lot of that for multiplayer. I always use docs for everything. Even on stuff that I've already done before, it's like, I just forget. So, yeah, I definitely recommend reading documentation stuff. What's up, MBG? So I can't be here for today's stream. Just passing by to say hi to everyone. It's all good. No problem at all. Hope you had a great time yesterday, and then you'll have fun on the stream today. Thank you, MBG. I appreciate it. Thanks for popping in. It's all good. No worries at all. But, yeah. Have a good rest of your night. Simple random position generator. Huh. Cheese time, let's go. Thank you very much. Colorblind accessibility tool. Let's go, the double cheese time, epic. Oh no. Yeah, I'll chip in. God. Godot Firebase. So you can integrate Godot Firebase? AI assistant hub. Crazy. Cheese intensifies, yeah, dude. It's crazy. What is this? Rabbit GD. I'm just looking at random things now. I don't even know. Better table. No way. Another cheese time. Oh my god. Dynamic tables and Godot projects. Cool. Anyways, let's not look at plugins anymore. So, do we want to add in mod dependency support right now, or do we want to just get this update up and focus on the next thing? I don't know. That's why I'm sort of procrastinating. Because I'm trying to think of what route I want to go. Also, let's do all of our changelog stuff before I forget. So I'll say I made it so inventory. Oh, made it so player or you save when joining through Steam. And I just like optimized a lot of things. Optimized various networking related functions. Also fix an issue where the game game can freeze when joining through Steam and the connection fails. All right. Bible was a bunch of patch notes. I might believe it more. Yeah. That'd be awesome. Maybe I would actually read it then. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Anyways. I don't know. Mod dependencies. Mod dependencies. I'm trying to think how I would do that right now. Because what I have is I have a list. I have an array inside of a mod that has a list of mod IDs. So what I could do is load up like a mod and then check all of the IDs in the loaded list, and then if it's not there, I can throw an error and say that, like, hey, this has got to be here, you know. Possible I could do that. I wanted to make a game launcher with Godot and use it for all the games I will make. Like being able to use the same account for all games would be nice, but doing that's kind of a big scope. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if game launcher is the play. It can be kind of convenient, but whenever I play a game with a game launcher, if I'm being completely honest, I think it's just kind of annoying. If you're releasing the game on Steam, I think that you probably shouldn't do a launcher, if I'm being completely honest. But you could try it. What you would probably have to do essentially is just do like make a launcher, right? And then have the launcher launch the game. I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be too bad. I have no idea how hard that would be, but you read patch notes, but not the Bible. Yeah, I have not. Do I want to do? Just still think about the dependency stuff, right? And go to the mod menu and take a look at what we got going on. Because I think one of the things too is like, how will I display that it requires a mod, right? Which is, I think, is part of the difficulty. So I had to think about how I would do that. I don't know. I know that the way RimWorld does it, I believe, is that they have like a little warning icon on the mod button. So essentially how it works in that game is you have like the button of the mod with the name and stuff. And then if there is like a conflict or some kind of issue with the mod, it just shows a little triangle. And then you can hover over that triangle to see what the issue is. But the problem with that approach is the fact that controller I have to make this stuff work on controller, right? And you can't really hover over stuff with the controller, so that doesn't work. I'm gonna have to think of another way to kind of display that info, right? But on controller. And that's kind of where it gets complicated, because I'm trying to think of how I would do that, but I don't really know. I mean, if you guys have ideas, let me know. But I don't know. I mean, I could just have it display automatically if like you're on controller and you have the button selected, focused, right? That could work. Something for the cheese time, Psycho. Your idea is cheese time? That's a pretty good idea, man. I don't know. That might be the route I'm gonna take, yeah. Man. Might be the play here, guys. Man, cheese time. Slow the bomb. I know. I've been trying them all out. I got a bunch of flavors here. Orange ginger. Lemon lime. Yeah. Peppermint. And then this one's just called Naked. I presume that it just has no scent. No scent or taste. Yeah, it's fine if you want to be boring. It's the new crack. Hey, it's better than crack. Time to eat the chopstick, yeah. No, I don't eat it. I don't think it tastes very good. So here's the thing about this chapstick. It doesn't taste like anything, but it smells like stuff. Which is weird. Usually it's got both, right? At least with actual chapstick. Like this stuff that I have. Right, smells like cake. And tastes like cake. But this new stuff, no taste. So I don't really have a reason to eat it. I know you're not supposed to eat it, but you know, it's going in my mouth anyways. Okay, so what I need is like the mod button. So this is the button that is the mod button, believe it or not. This is probably where we can have our little warning icon or something. Again, I still have to kind of think about how I want to do this, but oh man. Ooh. You can eat anything? I mean, hey, you're not wrong. You can eat whatever you want. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a good idea, but you know. There's nothing stopping me from like eating a brick, right? I know, I love uranium so much. It's so yummy, it's scrumdiddlyumptious. Yeah. Uranium's a lot of calories. If you ate like a block of uranium, you would like be set for life on calories, I feel like, right? How'd you even measure how many calories uranium has? Cause like a calorimeter. How do you pronounce it? Calorimeter.
Calorimeter.
A calorimeter. Because I think it has to be flammable for you to use a calorimeter, right? I think so. And yeah, I don't think uranium's flammable, so uranium might have 0 calories, guys. That's kind of sad. Remember the guys in my strange addiction eating rocks and stuff? Oh, yeah. I feel like eating lip balm is like not that weird of a thing. Because it goes on your lips and it tastes good. Right? So like, I feel like the connection between the two is like, that's not that crazy. Yeah, a calorie is just a measurement of energy, right? I know, but the way that they do it, I think, is they burn the food. Because essentially, they burn the food, and then the amount of energy that is released as heat is how many calories that food is. But you can't, like, burn uranium, right? So I don't know if you could actually measure how many calories uranium has. How many calories does uranium have? 20 billion calories. Okay. I mean, I guess you could just convert, if you know how much energy, like electricity energy, a gram of uranium could create, you could just convert that into calories then. 20 billion calories. That is a lot of calories, guys. That's one little gram. That's 20 billion calories. I would die. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't actually... The thing with like eating and weight stuff, it's not like you balloon, because you'd only weigh 1 more gram if you ate a gram of uranium. So it's not 20 billion calories in the sense of what we actually consume, I guess, right? Yeah, that's how they do food, because they don't have a way to measure the energy otherwise. Yeah, because you can't like use a burger in a reactor, so it's like you just gotta burn it up. Okay, I gotta send a message really quick. Oh man, I'm tired. I'm always tired around stream time. Do you think I'm tired around stream time just because of my schedule, or just because it's like my body just is tired at 3 p.m.? I don't know. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't matter when I go to sleep, I still get tired at 3 p.m., you know? I could get like 20 hours of sleep and then still get tired at 3 p.m. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's just anytime I open OBS, I immediately get hit with the wave of tired. Switch to XSplit. Ooh. Dude. I think I'll go back to Fraps, guys. Yeah, I'll move back to Fraps and get 1 FPS on my computer. It's gonna be so fun. And then I have to deal with 50 gigabytes for 10 minutes of footage. It's so stupid. Yeah, I know. It's been so long since they've updated Fraps. I mean, I don't think they've released any versions recently. I mean, have they? What is the newest version of Fraps? February, yeah, 2013 is the newest version of Fraps. Oh my god. Uh-oh, Windows XP or higher. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't think you can use Fraps anymore. Do people still buy Fraps? They still got the old PayPal logo and stuff. It's crazy. It's funny because they did update the copyright, so like... They still do it. Oh, dude. Windows XP 2003, Vista, and 7. Oh my god. Fraps was like also before my time, but I did use it. I was out of date at the very beginning. You know what I mean? I should not have used it. I should have just gone straight to OBS and stick with it. Also, ad is starting soon. I can't stop it, guys. I'm sorry. Oh my god. DX story. Yeah, Bandicam. Yikes. Old. Should I go to the members area? No. I wonder if I can still log into my Fraps account. Man. Ugh. I wonder if they still even like... I did buy Fraps, yeah. No, I bought it. Beepa. Do you think this company has done anything else? Dark mode. Okay. God. Final release. Did they like announce its final release? Oh, the trademark on Fraps expired in 2017. Holy crap, guys. Frap is gone. This is so sad. Bandicam. Yeah. Do they still update Bandicam? I guess they do. Which is kind of crazy. Guys, I'm getting Bandicam. They have like a nice new... Yo! Man. Oh, Bandicam. I know, high-tech stuff. What shaders is she got on? I don't even know. That's crazy. Bandicam. Dear God. People actually pay that much for Bandicam? Anyways, ad is over. Sorry, everybody. Okay, I gotta stop messing around here. Okay. So, how am I going to display the warning on this mod if it requires dependencies that are not loaded? It's like one of those times where I'm just like, just so tired I don't even want to do it right now. But I kind of have to. So I could have it be a tooltip of this button. I guess how do I want it to display? I'll probably do it as a tooltip. So essentially what's going to happen is that when you hover over the button, it should display a list of the mods that you actually need to install, right? But how do I let the players know? I guess I can just make the main button red. So in our theme, I already have like a green button, but I don't have a red one. So I need to do that. Because you can go to like button, see green button, I can create a new one. And it'll inherit button. And I'll call this one the red button. So, let's see. Normal, make unique. We're going to change it up here a little bit. So we're going to move to a red color scheme. And what would look better? It's bright on the outside, so we could do orange like that. And then red in the center. It's a possibility. That might be too bright. We could go red as the highlight. So we'll set this one to the new border color, which will be that. Wait. I don't think that worked. Oh, there we go. Nope. Why is it, do I have to add it? first. There we go. Can I rename this? I didn't want to call it that, actually. How do I delete things? Can I delete this? Okay, guess it's just there now. Anyways, our red button. It didn't actually add a red button for some reason. Okay. Ah, shoot. It changed the resource. Back to button normal. Okay, I want to do red button. Add it. What? Okay, my bad. Button, add type. How do I do this again? Oh, do I just do it as I do it here? Then I say add type. There we go. Base type is button. Okay, there we go. I figured it out, guys. But I don't know how to get rid of these other ones, so... Like, how do I delete this one? Manage items. Here we go. Red text button. Let's delete that one. And then we're just going to modify red button. Okay. So, normal, I'm going to go ahead and do this one. And then I'm going to say make unique. And then we're going to change the border to the red color and the solid color to the darker red color. Just style override. Yeah, I mean, this will use style override. Or no, yeah, no, this doesn't. This uses the type thing. I like the type thing because I can change the style stuff in one spot and then it changes it for that everywhere. So that's the reason I do it that way. All right, so there's a couple things we're gonna have to change here. I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to do this with the controller. I'm just gonna say in here, if parent, if enabled mods has it, then we're gonna say that if data.dependencies. I'm actually just gonna print data.dependencies to make sure that that's working. All right, let's try that. Oh, man. Oh. Stretching hard. Mods, yes, I know. So I move one over. Okay, it is printing out the dependencies of that mod, which is just empty. None of these have dependencies, so it doesn't really matter. All right. So I'm just gonna say if data.dependencies, I'll say if data.get dependencies, default is empty, dot is empty. I'm actually going to do this for our dependencies. Is that. So if it's not empty, I'm going to say print. Ah! You know? So I need to actually create a mod that has dependencies in the list because I can't test this otherwise. So that's kind of unfortunate. Should be okay to do that, I think. Hopefully. A million things here. Starground mod. Let's go modding. Let's go modding. Also, I don't know what the ID of these are, unless it says in here. Seems kind of like a problem. I think I need to put like in sort of transparent text underneath, like grayed out text that says the ID, because it's kind of tricky if I don't know the ID. So maybe let's do that. Oh. Question for the rhythm game: what settings would you make available to the player that they may need to use to make sure they can optimize for their system? Video settings specifically, yeah. I think definitely a big one is like the ability to change the timing of notes and stuff, because there's going to be people that have audio that's going to be out of sync from their monitors. So that's definitely, I think, like a base requirement for settings. You probably want to have volume sliders. Okay. So specifically for video stuff, I don't know. I mean, there's not really a whole lot. Godot's honestly pretty lightweight, as long as you don't do stupid stuff and you're not doing 3D. I mean, if you're doing 3D stuff, I would just include the regular things like ambient occlusion and yeah, if there's no 3D, then there's practically nothing to even include in video. I would give people not the ability to enable VSync for sure. Maybe set like max FPS. I do like having a UI scale slider, but it's not absolutely necessary, but it would be convenient. Also, the ability to change full screen is probably a good idea. So I think that's honestly the only ones I can think of right now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 2D stuff, you don't really need to do very many video options, honestly. Yeah, that would be good too. Blackout and brightness settings, yeah. Where's the mod one? Here it is. I've been there a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Oh yeah, also we're gonna go ahead and make it so we can actually see what the ID is, because it's kind of a problem if we can't. So where do we do that? We're gonna set it in here. I think it sets the info stuff on the right side. We say update info. So we're gonna say namebox.append the display name. But I need to get the ID. I think I include that in here, don't I? Yeah, it's ID in all caps. Okay, so then I'm just gonna append that. What I'm probably gonna do now, honestly, is just say .format, because I'm smart, not stupid anymore. And also say info dictionary.get ID. All right, so that's gonna show this is gonna be the name, and then we're gonna do a new line and do the other one. I think with doing a new line, or no, that's with the paragraphs. I think we're okay. And also I want to make it smaller. So now I'm gonna say font size is equal to 12 or something, and then also I want to say color is equal to gray. There we go. So now underneath it'll just show the ID of the mod, which is kind of nice to know, because if I don't know what the ID is, it's really hard to like know which ones are which. So yeah, that'll be good. I might make it the font a little bit bigger. Maybe we move up to 14, possibly. Maybe I go even bigger with the main text. Maybe I go to 22. Just possibly. Yeah, I feel like that looks fine. And I want to change that. Or like I want to use that color for the gray up here. So I have to go get that. Where would that be in? Somewhere in here. This color. And that should be it. There we go. Yeah, I just like actually knowing what the IDs of these are, right? So I could put the ID down here also, instead of up there. I don't know where it would be best. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you like the ID up here underneath the main title? Or is it just kind of confusing where it looks like that is the name? Do you think it'd be better to have it down here next to like game versions and stuff? Probably. Put inside brackets or parentheses, yeah. Could maybe do that. The question is basically, should I put the mod ID right up here beneath the title, or should it be down here next to mod version and authors and game version? Oh man. Top seems appropriate, yeah. I could try with brackets. I just hope people don't think that that's a part of the ID. I mean, maybe parentheses, I don't know. Man, I'm tired. It just starts to like hit you, you know? I think parentheses is okay. Yeah. Okay. It's just good to know that info. Anyways, let's keep going here. So with this mod, now I can add in mod IDs to the dependencies list. So let's say that it requires spooky resources, bbg underscore spooky resources. And I would also like to try with multiple dependencies. Although it should be pretty easy to do. So let's just go ahead and export this then. So I can say project export, not like that, project. I forgot how to export my own mods, guys. How do you do it? Oh yeah, export as a zip. Should already be set up with encryption and all that stuff. Awesome mod. Save. Alright. I don't even know. Thank you for the cheese time. I don't even know where the files are for this. Let's open the file explorer. Alright, here's awesome mod. All right, so that's pretty much it there. I just have to restart the game. Actually, we'll just show up if I do that. Yeah, it does. All right, anyways, awesome mod will now have dependency. So you can see it's printing out because the dependencies is now larger than 1. Or larger than nothing. It's not empty. Oh. So it's pretty simple from here. Now it's just a matter of saying, are those dependencies loaded? If so, we're good. If not, make it red and scary. So if global enabled mods.has, so for I in dependencies, so if it does not have it, then we're going to say missing is true. Otherwise here we're going to say missing is false by default. So if missing, I'm going to say, I'm going to set the theme. So I've done this before with like the research buttons. The research button. It's this theme type variation. So going back to here. What did I spell wrong? Dependencies. What did I even spell? Dependencies. Okay. Sure, I spelled that right. So then here we're going to set it to red button. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So our function in the mod API that adds UI for the player. It's kind of tricky to do that because it's like, it's hard to break up UI. Is there a typo? Dependencies. Dependencies. Where did I put that? Oh, not anymore? Okay. I would like to add in like more modding stuff for things like that, right? Like I would love to be able to add UI into the player. I just don't know how you would do it. I guess I would have some kind of script or something that runs and adds in any children nodes to the canvas for the player UI, so that you can have other stuff in the UI. Which I guess works, you know. But yeah, I don't know. It's the only way I can think of doing it. It's starting to get cold in here. Let me close my window. Okay, so we set it to red button. And then I'm also going to set the tooltip. So tooltip text is equal to... Okay. Let's try this out. Also, let's close the other Starground. There should only be one. There is only one. Okay, so it didn't work. Which is interesting. Oh, it's probably because I need to say break also. So wait. False, and then if it doesn't have it, we say it's missing. If missing. It should be missing. It still does that funny bug. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, it's still not working. Let me restart the game. I'm crushing. Okay. I gotta compress them to save space in the recycle. Okay, mods. God, it actually loaded awesome mod. Crushing like the crusher, I know, it's crazy. Did I just like break it? What happened here? Now it just doesn't even show anything in the dependencies. But I know there's dependencies. This is process, if it has it. That seems like a problem now. If parent, it should print there just fine. If you have it. Why does it not print in here? I'm gonna print what dependencies is. Okay. So it obviously has it in there. Dependencies is not empty. I'll just say if size is greater than 0, maybe? There we go. I guess empty doesn't make any sense when it's an array, apparently. Crush on the Crusher, famous anime girl from Starground. Yeah. Yeah, saying if dependencies was empty, but it isn't. I don't know. Okay, still doesn't work. Cool. Love to see it. So what am I doing wrong? I set dependencies to that. It dependencies.size. Dependencies variables missing the negation? I'm not subtracting anything. But then I'm also confused why this one doesn't work either. Right? Because this should also work. Yeah, okay, well it is running. Okay. Well, fine. We'll do is... D. Yeah, I was, I just did it bad before. Thank you for telling me. But I don't know why it's still not working, though. Print, Okay, so it is printing. So, okay, it's gonna run through every single one. If it doesn't have it, which it does not, then say missing is true. And if missing, then set the type and the... But it doesn't work. Unless it's because mod button is a... Yes, it is. Could be the issue. Let's try it. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. And yeah, we have to reset the color back when it's fine. All right. So if it has it, otherwise... I'm just gonna make a function. Function set warning. Status. And does the tooltip work? Yeah, it does. If status... else. So I set that back to nothing, set that back to nothing. Message. So here I'll say set warning, true, and message. Well, I'll just say in here. And then we can do the other ones in other places. So if missing, otherwise, go ahead and set it to false. Set the message to nothing. And then here I do the same. So if I have the mod in that it's a dependency of, which was spooky resources, there we go. It stops being red and evil. Because it's like, hey, we have the dependency that we need. So that's good. I feel like I should also just go ahead and make all of these buttons change their theme type variation to red button. I think it'll look better. So then also up and down. And then do the whole thing again. And let's also make sure I set tooltip message back to... Oops, I just said it's a message. I meant to do that. Here, we'll just do that. And then these will go to empty. There we go. Sounds a little red and scary. If I add in the thing, we're fine. Okay. So, I don't know if I can force a tooltip to be displayed on controller. We're going to have to mess around with that and see what we can do. I am freezing, though. I must close my window. It was fine earlier when I was... Python doesn't need var before declaring a variable? How would that work? So like just at the top you can just say whatever and you don't need a variable thing? It's definitely interesting. Huh. Quite interesting. Yeah, that's weird. It's weird because I know you have to do it in Godot, so I'm surprised that it doesn't. Yeah, are you sure that you created one? It's kind of a good point. Okay, I'm on controller now, so I can go down to awesome mod, enable it. Python before Godot, okay. Very interesting. And then I get spooky resources in on here. So one thing I am gonna have to check is like the ordering. So if a mod is behind another mod, then it means that it's fine, but if a mod is loaded after it, then it's out of order and bad, right? Revising for a Discord bot, nice. So yeah, this does not show the tooltip with a controller. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I don't know. Where would that even be under? Just control node? Tooltip. Tooltip. Let's search for tooltip. Get tooltip. Get tooltip. Tooltip. Set tooltip. Default tooltip. Make custom tooltip. Tooltip. I guess it's get tooltip is what I want. Dynamic typing to the extreme, just start assigning things to other things and cross fingers at runtime, yeah. So get turn tooltip will just return the tooltip info. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do like a custom little warning box for this then, because it ain't working. I like the tooltip because it's easy, but it doesn't work with the controller, so kind of throws a wrench in my plans, you know. Yeah. Learn how to figure that one out. Also, I need to show the list of dependencies. Well, that'll work. So, on controller, you can't see tooltips. If I'm on controller now, right, and I hover over it, it just doesn't show the tooltip. The problem is that I need the people to see what the error is, right? Even if you're on controller, so it's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to change it. We get the idea. I don't know what I'm gonna do to change that. We will try. We'll mess around and see. Well, there is, but it's like, how do you force the tooltip to appear? Right? Is there a function for that? Because I just looked through the control node, and I haven't seen a function to force a tooltip to appear. I'm gonna use the description show. I could do that too. That could also be fine, probably. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Well, there is, but I just can't check, like, I can't make the tooltip appear. So I either have to make my own node or put it somewhere else, right? So I was just gonna add the dependencies list really quick because I've been meaning to do that. So I don't need to check that. I'm just gonna do this. Dependencies. Can't type, dude. Dependencies. Range game versions. So that's gonna be an I in range. Something kind of like this. I already get dependencies up here. Maybe I should just... No, it's fine. Dependencies. By default, it'll just be nothing, I guess. So it's gonna say dependencies. Yeah, that should work, I guess. Do I want to say none if there's no dependencies, or do I just want an empty list, right? Yeah, I'll just say none. Oops. I'll do this dependency. I'll actually do this. 0. And dot format. Dependencies. So by default, I'll say this is none. So if it's an array, it'll say dependencies, do the whole list, and then otherwise it'll just do the first one there. Okay. But I guess it's always a list, right? So I'm just gonna do this. I'll say if dependencies dot is empty. So if it's not empty, add them all in. Otherwise, say there's none. That'll work. And I guess I also do this at the end here. Like that. Okay, let's take a gander. Starground? Where are you? Okay, I'm reopening. Mods. So it'll show the list of dependencies now. Yeah. You know, I'll be careful about that if there's like a lot of lines. I don't actually know what happens if it wraps. I'm pretty sure it'll just keep going down and get taller. I might actually make that little box have a scroll box just to be safe. Actually, no, it already has a scroll box built in. I always forget. But is this little info one? I can just say fit content and then scroll active. Yeah. Actually, I won't say fit content, but I'll just give it a minimum size. So minimum size will be like 48 or something. And then if it gets too long, you can just scroll down and see it. Now on controller, I don't know how easy that would be. That is one issue with controllers, that you can't actually scroll with controller. Unless I made it so you can select the rich text label, which I don't really want you to be able to do. It's on stop. I guess text selection enabled. So it'd be like this, and then can't even get down there. Seems like sort of a problem. Well, let's do this so I can get down there. Oh, I still can't. Why does it go back up there? What's happening here? It should go ahead and auto focus down onto this. Weird. I mean, there's nothing weird on these, right? Action mode. No. Theme is fine. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I would fix that. And then this one's already in a scroll box too, right? Info description, which is scroll active, yes, and then name will fit content, I think. So this one will scroll now, it's not a perfect solution, but it's fine. If there's like a lot of dependencies, then you're gonna need to be able to scroll, you know? What's up, Skullcat? Just when strafing felt so slow, the depth values were way higher than they should be in the renderer. Interesting. Yeah. No, the entire scale of my game is reworked, yeah. That's the pain of having to do like renderer stuff. It's one of the nice things about just doing things in an engine, right? Because I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff, but yeah, as a hassle. Why doesn't this... I don't know why it wouldn't select the button down here. That seems stupid. Is it because I gave this thing selection enabled? It is. Very weird. I don't know why that's the case, but I don't need people to be able to scroll, I guess. I will have to figure out a solution to that scrolling issue with controller someday. I've thought about making it automatically kind of scroll up and down when you're on controller so you can actually see everything. But if I'm going to do something like that, I probably want to implement it for everything, you know, so... I don't know, I have to think about how I would want to do that. Okay. So if I get rid of spooky resources now, it'll scream and shout. Yeah, I guess I'll do this. I'll go ahead and make it do sort of like both. So I will set the down in here. No, that's gonna be difficult. How else would I do it? I didn't Scratch, yeah. Scratch can be tricky sometimes. Let's see. I just don't know where else I would have the warning other than on top of it. I think I'm just gonna have to make my own tooltip, which is kind of dumb, but I don't see any other way to do it. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do like a movable cursor because that's a nightmare. I think I'll just make a little tooltip thing. And then what I can say, which is easy, I can just say on focus entered, right? On this button. And that's where I go ahead and do it. Because when I click on it, that's where it'll do... We can do focus entered, then also on... Right, so focus entered. I don't want to have to set these up manually. Just do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just can't help it. I'm tired. Oh yeah, I'll say focus enter.connect to the thing. Do it again. Oh, button I think is that button. Button. Payers pay that button. And then button dot mouse entered. So basically it'll do the same thing whether focus enters or mouse enters. And then what I can say down here is button dot mouse exited and button dot focus exited dot connect. So we'll have two functions, one where it gets visible. So set warning isn't necessarily... Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. So let's add another function. Say function warning visible. I'll say a set warning visibility. Just say status or something. And then I can say set warning visibility as the thing that gets called. So what I can say for this is dot bind, and then say false for these because that's where it gets exited. And then true for these. Dot bind, true. So on these two, it'll set it to be visible, and then these two, it'll set it to be invisible. So hopefully that'll work. Yeah, try it. And I might also pass in another variable for controller or something. I don't know, we'll see. So on top of this mod button, I'm just gonna add a new child. It's gonna be a... I don't even know what kind of node. Honestly, just a label. Maybe a rich text label. I don't know what this will be a child of. I mean, I guess just this one. But I don't think I can choose position stuff. Yeah. So that's sort of a problem. How would I want to position this, right? Can make it a child of the button. But that's a little stupid. We could say it always stays on the top right. Or the top left or whatever of the button. No, I'd say top right, and then I guess I would say... how do I make it go to the side? It's not center. Do I just say right? I think so. Yeah. I could say, blah, blah, blah. Warning! This kind of sucks, though. Yeah, this really does suck, doesn't it? I want it to be like a different... I mean, I could just add a node and then put it in there, because then I actually have the ability to move the position of this now. But then it won't actually be moved along with our button stuff. So I think we do this and make a control node, and then we set the position of this. Just set everything to position 0. I think this would work. Say fit content. Then we don't have to say right anymore. Just say top left. I don't know why the minimum size is weird. Just say 128. And then we can say like missing the following mods, and then a list of the mods that are missing. So another thing I have to do for this to get the font looking correct, I have to shrink the size of it. Actually, I might not have to because this is a control node, so we might be okay on that. Let's add a color rect. Actually, we don't have to do that because rich text labels have theme overrides. Somewhere in here, I think, in styles. So background, I can actually just make a style. Or it's not background, is it? It's weird. I think it's fill. Okay, maybe not fill. I can't remember what it was. Not fill, not background. Is it normal? It's normal. And then I can just say content margins, increase it a little bit to like 4. And now we're gaming. Let's go ahead and just get a black color for the background. Add a corner radius Anti-aliasing will be 0.1. There we go. And I'll set the alpha just a little bit lower on that one. For the life of me, can't bear the silence when coding. That's totally fair. I don't usually tend to mind it, but I could see that though. So why is this weird? This should be full rect. But it's still weird. Oh, it's because of the minimum size. I don't really want it to have a minimum size. Oh, I just have to turn off auto wrapping. I'll just say missing mods, and then a list of the mods. Alright, so that pretty much does it. This position of this node then will be kind of like where the text label will be. So like I can set the position of this myself. Right, depending on wherever I want it. So that works pretty well, I think. I don't know why this is... Oh, there we go. And I do think that the background is maybe just curved a little bit too much. Let's go down to like 4. And maybe too much of a margin. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. Top left. Set the position. See, ideally I can move the position of this node to the edge of the button. I hate this kind of stuff because it's like... I mean, I guess I can move this into... a child of this button, maybe? But have it not be underneath. I don't know, I'm gonna do this. Just set the ordering to 1. By the way, to make something good in Scratch, it's 95% math. That is a lot of math. That's probably shouldn't be that much math, if we're being honest. So then, like, when this button gets expanded out, that text box should move with it. A little wacky. I don't really like having to do it this way, but I think it's the only way. There's going to be a rich text label. Assign it. Alright, so now on set warning visibility, we can say rich... What did I call it? Tooltip. Tooltip.visible equals status, right? And what's the other thing that I pass in? It's like the message. Tooltip.text is equal to message. Okay. Hopefully that's it. So then up here now I'm just going to get a list of all of the mods that are disabled. So I do actually want to get all of the mods that are disabled, so I'm actually going to do that. And then say var missing list is that. And then here I'm going to say missing list dot push back I. So now I can kind of convert that into text. So how can I convert that into something like a list? Right? I don't know if there's a function for that or not. I don't know. I could do some stupid stuff. This is gonna be kind of crazy. I'm gonna say missing new line. And then I'm gonna pass in our thing. Dot format. So I'm gonna say missing list dot, or a string of missing list. So I'm pretty sure converting that into a string, it will return a list with brackets. So I'm gonna say dot replace. I don't want to have to do a million dot replaces. Can I do a regex? No. I'll just have to do it, whatever. But I don't know, because those characters could be in the ID also, though. This is the issue with this. We'll do this in a better way. The way the player collision is what was used to what used to be the draw script. Oh yeah, interesting. Of our list string. So now I'm gonna say for I and missing list string dot push back I, which should be a string, and then I can add so I want to add a dash and a space plus that, and then I need a new line. Hopefully that'll work. Also, I don't say push back. I think I just say plus equals that. So new line. Yeah, we're gonna try it out. And I'm getting a quadrillion errors. Invalid type, array, or dictionary. Oh. Whoopsies. Oh, great. Now it's broken. Let's restart. What's the most computationally expensive part of Scratch is the rendering? Oh, really? It's kind of crazy because usually with that kind of stuff, like the rendering, especially with 2D things, is not the bottleneck, right? It's usually CPU, so that's pretty interesting. Okay, so I think this will work. Set warning just kind of sets the stuff. And then I guess if I set warning to false, then down here it'll say, yeah, visible is false. I'm gonna say, that should be fine. I'll just say if message, message is not equal to empty, then I say visible status and that stuff. Otherwise, tooltip.visible will always be false. I don't know why I did that. And then tooltip.text is always equal to empty. Hopefully that'll work. Let's load this up and see what this looks like. I don't know if the little tool tip will be offset in a weird position, but we'll see. It's loading Zen's mod, it did it. So these are all visible by default, which is wrong. First off, let's make that invisible. So it doesn't seem like these functions connected, and that's because I didn't actually pass in a message here, probably. Yeah. Status and message. Okay, so here I need to actually set the message stuff, not that one. I just need to say tooltip dot text is equal to message. And then here I say if tooltip dot text is not that, then do that, otherwise set it to false. Okay, let's try that. It's something. First off, mouse, ignore. That should stop it from being focused. It's weird. Oh, I think this node is weird, actually. Yeah, mouse ignore. I mean, that's better. So it will pop up with a thing, but it's not in a good position. So the position of this, we want to go like half the width or whatever. So I'm just gonna move it along. And then I'll probably also move it down. Or do I want it above? I guess I'll have it be above. So this is what it looks like now. Let's see. I feel like that's fine. And then the good thing about this too is it'll work on controller, right? So if I turn on my controller, wait for it for 1 second, okay, and then we go to this, it'll show up. So I mean, this works. It's not perfect. It also is showing missing mods there, which is not supposed to happen. It's because it's not empty by default. But yeah, it'll do. Now it doesn't show on these ones, then this one it says missing that. Looks like it is getting cut off. Which is kind of an issue. I mean, I guess I know why it's doing it. But I wonder how I'm gonna do that. Because it's getting clipped by the child or whatever. Yeah, and the plot thickens, doesn't it? It was nice with the tooltips with mouse because that doesn't happen with tooltips. Like, tooltips will always be above everything. But I guess with this now, it's, well, I can't, because if I do, then when these things scroll, it'll like, stay here. Which is kind of a problem. Yeah, this is always annoying. I mean, it's not that's being clipped. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. It's just because it's like a part of the thing that's being clipped because it's in the scrolling. Unless there's like an option to disable any clipping. But I don't think there is. So that's kind of really frustrating. I wish I could just activate a tooltip with my controller, but I don't know any way of doing that. I could test it, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen here. Well, let's go to the mods menu. We've got the list. It's going to be the right list, so that's a scroll container. And then I'm just going to say no longer clip contents. So yeah, it'll fix that, but then when we scroll in here, it's going to be all sorts of broken. I don't have enough mods in here to do it, but it means that these things aren't going to get clipped anymore by the scroll container, so it's just not going to work. So yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I do wonder how I'm going to do this. I just wish it's kind of stupid that there's no function to force the tooltip to become visible. Because it seems like something you'd want with controller stuff, right? There's get tooltip, make custom tooltip. I don't know if that's anything. Returns a control node that should be used as a tooltip instead of the default one. Yeah, I mean, that's cool and all, but I can't make it appear. I can only do it with mouse. Get tooltip. I'm gonna have to change this. I'm gonna have to do a whole different approach to this, I think, because it's just not gonna work otherwise. I think really my only other option here is just to display it over here in the description or have another text box appear. It's not really what I want to do, but for controller, I think it's kind of necessary, unfortunately. Oh, man. So yeah, that's probably what we're gonna do here. It's frustrating, but it is what it is. Well, let's get rid of all this stuff then. And that's gonna do that, which is fine. Just gonna set the tooltip text. We're actually just gonna say tooltip underscore text now. Get rid of this node. Get rid of this tooltip. Delete it all. Get rid of everything. Okay. I still will have the tooltip for PC, just because it's kind of convenient. You know, being able to just like quickly mouse over it with mouse is kind of nice. Doesn't seem to be working for some reason. Not sure why that is though. I mean, I have the tooltip stuff enabled. I say tooltip text. Oh. Button.tooltip text. There we go. So yeah, it'll just show the tooltip of what's missing. And I like how that looks. It's just nice and easy to see what's wrong. It just doesn't work with a controller though. So... See, because you can see the tooltip overlaps on things even when it's clipped, and that's what's nice about it. I like to watch people get frustrated over small things they can't control. Yeah. They can be pretty frustrating sometimes. Okay. Well. Where am I going to put this warning? I'll just have to put it in here or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do, guys. Because you can fix it. This is the problem, is that like you can be clicked on this and then you click the arrow and it's fixed the order, but then the warning will still be there. So I have to like continually update it, which is kind of stupid and bad. You know, I don't really want to have to do that. Why? Why, Godot? Why must you make it hard and complicated? Why can't you just have a function that lets me activate a tooltip at a specific coordinate when I'm on controller? Alright, guys. Here's another option. We just don't even display the warning on controller. But that's kind of bad. Nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to stoop to that level. Why don't I do something about it? What do I do? That's what I'm trying to think of right now. Oh, that's what you mean. I don't know. I would be worried about adding code into Godot. I would feel like I would not do a very good job. Yeah, I would definitely cause issues, I feel like. Maybe one day. The mouse pointer desired location. I would do that, but the problem is when you're in controller mode, the mouse is like invisible, so I don't think that would really work out. And the next person can go and fix it. Yeah. I don't know. I'll maybe look into it, but I don't even know like how I would get started with that, and like wouldn't it would have to be in C++, right? I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of yeah, you have whole screen chords, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I have to dig into like the code of how the tooltip gets displayed, you know? Because it sounds like it just creates a node and then frees it after it's not focused anymore. What about having the dependencies listed where the mod version thing is? Well, that's what I would like, but it's hard because like I have to continually check if it's been updated, right? So like the thing with this button is that let's say it's red because the mod, its dependency loads after it. If I just click this arrow, now the button moves up. So I have to change how I set up like the display on this here, because the way I kind of have it set is that this is like static. So like I set it once when I click the button, that's it. There's no changing over here, right? Not necessarily a hierarchy thing. It's just like an updating thing. I mean, I could do it in the process of having updated every single frame, but to me that just seems kind of like bad practice. I mean, I could set up a signal for when I... Excuse me. I'm sorry, gamers. I could set up a signal for when this is no longer, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm sort of thinking, or like when I set this warning back to false. Although this is in the process events, it's gonna run multiple times. I'll just say in here if message is not equal to, or no, I have to say if button, no, because it also has to happen after. Sometimes UI stuff like this is really annoying because it just changes so much. You have to take into account all the possibilities, you know? And it's annoying. I could just have a thing that sets it to the warning. And then whenever I click on another thing, it'll continually update it. It'll have to do. It's not what I want to do, but it's what I must. So this will be warning. So I have to make both of these go away like that. I guess I can just reference both of them. Separator, yeah. All right, so then what I'll go ahead and do is just say in here, whoopsies, whoopsie-daisies, mod button. So I also have to check though if it's like the actively selected button. So I need to figure that out. I think in here I have like a variable somewhere that knows when I've pressed it. Well, what happens when I click on this button? I say on button pressed, I say parent.updateInfo. Which is this one right here. So I say current mod info is equal to info dictionary, which is on here, the data. So I can say if data is equal to the info dictionary, or current mod info, I mean. Yeah, that'll work, I guess. Hey, Off the Rails, what's going on? Welcome in. It's been a while. How have you been doing? Okay, yeah, this should work. And then whenever I do set warning, I'm just gonna say if in here, I'll say if data is equal to parent dot current mod info or something. Dot current mod info. Then that's where I can go ahead and say function set warning visible. Status. And then also pass in message, I guess, here too. And that's where I will make warning separator and warning visible. Okay. And then I'll also set the warning dot text to message. A little stupid, but it might work. I've been okay. It has been a while. I got way too deep into Farm Simulator 25. Yeah. Made myself take a break and get it back doing some coding while I watch you code. Nice. Sounds good. I totally feel that. There's some times where I just get completely... I fall down into the... the endless pit of Factorio gaming. So I understand. Okay, so if status is false, that means we're making it go invisible. So we're going to say false and set message. Honestly, though, I think we should just do this. And then status message. Okay. Yikes. I'm tired, guys. I want to go sleep. So I mean, I knew this was going to happen. The minute I got up at 4 and I couldn't go back to sleep, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get tired. I'm going to get exhausted during stream time, aren't I? And I was right. Check it. Missing. And still visible for all the other ones. Awesome. Yeah. I just have to make it go invisible or set this back to false whenever we update info, which is pretty easy to do. I'm just gonna say set warning visible false with the message of nothing. So that should do it. So now when I click on these ones, no warning, but that one has a warning. So if I like disable it or something, then yeah. the warning will appear and disappear. Cool. Okay. Probably should set a smaller minimum size on that one. I have it set to 48, but it makes sense to go less than that. Maybe even 32. Just because if there's one mod that's disabled, then it's like, yeah. We don't need to show all of them. But I guess it would be hard to scroll through them, wouldn't it? So let's make it 48. And then it does the tooltip also. And then if I fix it, it doesn't do the tooltip anymore. Okay, guys. I did it. Now we also have to check if it's in the proper order, so that'll have to change things a little bit too. What I sort of do right now in here is I say if we are enabled, loop through the stuff, get our dependencies. So right now we're just checking if it doesn't have it. We need to see what the order is. I don't know how I'm gonna get that. I guess what I'm gonna have to do is say this for in range dependencies dot size. Not really in dependencies dot size. What I need to do is I need to get the mod at an index, and then I need to compare it against my dependencies list and see if it has it. I think is what I need to do. So I'm actually going to loop through global.enabled mods.size. Now I'm going to say if dependencies, my face on dependencies that size. What's up, Max? If it has the mod global.enabled mods dot at index I, then that means it's one of the ones that we need for our dependencies. So the next step would be checking its position. So we know the position of that one, but we don't know the position of the current one, which is kind of the issue. So that's what I'm going to have to figure out. I don't know if I can get a thing at an index. I probably can in here. If you want to know the size of your dict, just do your dict size. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I spilled water everywhere. I don't know what's up with this water bottle, but sometimes it'll just like spill. Posture check, let's go. Oh. Thank you. Is typed pop at. I need to like do find. What is R find? Returns the index of the last occurrence. Isn't there just find? Let's make this type of array. Okay, so I can just do dot find, and then it should return the index of the first occurrence, yeah. So this is what we're gonna do. Whenever our data gets set, I'm just gonna save. Or no, because we have to update it every frame. So I'm gonna say var index is dependencies, global data enabled mods dot find self. No, data.id I think is the one I need to find. Okay. So, now what we're going to say is if we also need to check if it just never found it also, which is another thing. Which just complicates this even more. Because we're looping through all the mods, we're going to say if it's a mod that we have in our dependencies, then we're going to go ahead and say, well, dependencies we're getting every single frame, so we could probably change it. So we could say dependencies dot erase global enabled mods I. And then I'm also going to say if I is less than index, it means that it's loaded before. So really we just want to say if I is greater than index, and we're going to say missing is equal to true. And I'm going to say missing list.pushback. And that's not going to be I anymore, it's going to be global enabled mods I. Okay. So let's run through this logic, make sure it's good. So, we're getting the index every single time. And honestly, we only need to get that if dependencies is in here. So, we're going to loop through all of the enabled mods. We're going to say, if it's one of our dependency mods, then erase it from the list, because we've checked it. If I is greater than our index, it means that it's loaded after, which means that it's bad. So we're going to say missing is true, and then add it to the missing list. So, and then what we're also going to do after all that is, after that's over, we're going to say for I in dependencies, we're going to say missing is true and missing list.pushback I. So basically, if there's any remaining dependencies that wasn't found in the list, it means that there are dependencies that we don't have. So what's up, Maxilis? How's it going? In theory. This is all in theory, guys. I don't know if this is actually going to work. I am having a stroke right now trying to get this figured out. This probably won't run very well, especially with lots of mods installed. So it's screaming because there's no spooky resources. We add it in, so it's still screaming because it's loaded after. But if we move this up, it's still screaming, so it doesn't work. So I wonder at this stage what is left in dependencies. So print dependencies. It's not working. Why? I love when stuff doesn't work, guys. Is dependencies like a static thing? But then it should just say that it's empty, so it should be running this. But it's not, so... What? Did not get it to work yet, no. Did I accidentally erase the thing from global enabled mods? No. Also, this is wrong, I realize, because I'm saying if it has... No, that's fine. Never mind. I don't know what's going on here now, actually. Because it's just not even printing now. Love to see it, dude. Go, and now it's fine? What? Why isn't it printing? I'll print right here. Can't take it anymore, guys. Now let's print there. Okay, it is printing there. So it's getting dependencies. So what is it getting in dependencies? Print dependencies. It's just all empty. Dependencies on this is apparently empty. So I presume that when I get this, I have to say .duplicate. True. Because I think it's changing that. It's weird because sometimes arrays aren't like static references, and then some other times they are, so I don't even know anymore, dude. Come on, let's just get this show on the road. Let's get this working. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, so far so good. It's actually running. So if we don't have spooky resources, it'll complain. If it's loaded after, it'll complain. And if it's just not in there, it complains. Now over here, it doesn't complain. Let's try like this. And then if we already have spooky resources and we put it in, then we're good. So I think we might be okay. Okay. I think we're good. This seems to be fine. Doesn't seem to be crying. And then, yeah, it'll warn you when it's after or it's not in the list. I don't really have code or anything set up to automatically change the order of the mods for the dependencies that you have and stuff. That's something I would like to do one day, but it's kind of like a quality of life versus a necessity thing right now. So, eventually. And yeah, visible is equal to that. I mean, this code isn't very optimized, but, you know, it's kind of like whatever. There's not even enough, like, even if I installed every single Starground mod ever made right now, it won't be an issue. So, it kind of doesn't matter. So yeah, I think it's fine. It'll work for me. I'm tired. I don't want to work on it anymore. Okay. Added warning messages for mod compatibilities. Also, I didn't put it in here. Added NPCs that walk around the space hub. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Mod dependencies, I can cross it off. Boom. Okay. Item pickup bubble, fish caught. Added sizes to fish. Added voices to shop NPCs. Added NPCs that walk around the space hub. Added warning messages for mod compatibilities. Okay. I think I also fixed... Okay, yeah, that's in the fixes. Especially the trade was multiple advisors and doesn't by too often. Fixing our defenses doesn't weapon be broken. Fixing where the traps were nameable. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we're pretty much good to go for this update then, honestly. I think I've sort of done everything that I want to do. I would like to do these things too, but they're like extra little bits, so it's not like not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, as long as the system is working, it's hard to like verify. I mean, it seems fine as far as I can tell. All of the scenarios I can think of in my head, but that's the thing, is there's always cases that you don't think about, and then you realize like, that actually doesn't work. But yeah, as long as you load it in the proper order like that, it should work. I haven't tested it against multiple dependencies, but I imagine that it'll work with that. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. Right, it'll loop through the whole thing, and then if any of it is wrong, it says missing is true. And if it didn't find any dependency, right? So, I think it's probably fine. I don't think it'll be an issue. Yeah, the warning stuff works pretty well. So, like, you can hover over and see the tooltip, but then it also shows it here, which is good. So yeah, it's just a little warning for people now that developers can actually, like, add dependencies, right? Because it'll warn people that you need the dependency, so it's just kind of a nice thing to have. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's like any other things for this update that I need to fix or forgot to fix or something, right? As far as I can tell, the Steam stuff seems to be working. It is a little scary because I did make a change to loading in saves, because like for older saves, now what I do is I convert the old... Oh, see, there's why I load old things. So what is this? Create resource node. Oh, it's because I loaded with a mod that doesn't work anymore. Let's get rid of that mod. But yeah, I have to like convert the player format away from being like an object in the world into being sort of tucked away in its own little array for player data. Hopefully we don't have any issues with that, because that would be a big problem if people's saves get corrupted and stuff from that, but I don't think they will. I mean, I don't know where it would go wrong, so we're probably okay. Just to make sure, I'll go ahead and load up some like really old saves or something. So load up gem. I don't even know if this one will load. This is a pretty old save. Hopefully it does. I think, like, with all the changes I've made, I think it should be possible to load basically any save after it was on Steam, right? Which, yeah, it seems to be doing just fine. I don't know what all these items on the ground are. It's probably from other players. It's probably just other players, I hope. Because now basically I empty out multiplayer inventories at the beginning of the save. And it should do it like live too, but let's try a different one. Let's like try one that I know is just single player. Okay, so this actually complained. It's because the tree is null. So this is a part of the space hub. Definitely interesting. Instead of all this garbage, I'll just go ahead and say global dot fully loaded. I'll just await that. Good to know that that is an issue I have to look out for, though. Okay, so something's not right here. It's definitely dropping like a duplicate of my inventory or something. Seems to be. I don't know why it's doing that. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's just dropping a duplicate of my inventory, isn't it? But all the items are 0. They're all like 0 count. Which is also very odd. Because like with the steel, when I put it into the stack, it just kind of disappeared into nothing. Right? Why would that happen? Is it because it's loading in the player? I mean, maybe that's what's happening. Like it's creating the player, then instantly freeing it because it's not supposed to exist. So what's up, Leaf? How's the game dev? It's going. Kind of running into a couple minor issues with like loading the game. For some reason it's like dropping a duplicate inventory, which is a problem. I'm working on it. I mean, I do this and I say initiate, because what I say here is if it's the player, I say continue. So it shouldn't run this initiate object function call, because it should just skip in this while loop. Because then I say add player in here. And then I say for player and local players, player's not 0. Why would I say that? That must be the issue. That's gotta be the issue. Let's try it out. Yeah, no, it's not supposed to drop an inventory like that at the beginning because the player gets loaded with it, right? Like you already have the inventory, so it's not supposed to drop another one. That doesn't make any sense. Hopefully it's just this issue right here. I think it is. So we're gonna see. I was just checking the wrong ID of the player. Yeah, it appears to be. So it did not drop an extra inventory. Let's load into a different save just to make sure again that the game doesn't crash with the space hub. Hopefully it doesn't. Ooh. God. Let's check on this. That seems fine. Does not drop an extra inventory, so we're good. One thing I did want to check is just saving a new game and just to make sure there's no weirdness there. So we're to have many effects in one item. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I want to add the ability to do that, right? I might add some more functionality for that. I can try and do that for this update if you want. I'm just gonna override cool actually. And then I'm just gonna quit And then we should have 2 stone in our inventory. Yeah, we're good. Just making sure that's normal. There's no issues there. Anyways, let's go look at the items table and see what we can do about that. Because I have been meaning to, like, get around having items with multiple effects, right? But I think how I set it up was that there can only be, like, 1 effect. Yeah. Which is kind of stupid, honestly, if you think about it. So yeah, maybe I'll change that into an array. The only thing I would imagine that it could be an issue with is if somebody was already working on a mod. There's no mods released right now that use effects, so I don't think it'll be an issue if I change it to an array. I'll just make note of it in the changelog. Working in one, yeah. I mean, I think you're the only person, so you can change it to an array pretty easy. Literally, the only change you would have to do is this. You just change the dictionary into an array like that. And you should be good. I don't know why it's saying expected closing. It's right there. What is it complaining about? I open an array, and then I close it. Am I missing something here? Yeah, it's like a spacing thing. Oh, is it just that that needs to be brought up? No, that wouldn't make any sense. They're not created as dictionaries with... Oh, duh. Yeah, my bad. I just need to do this. That's kind of stupid. So yeah, then we can just do an array of dictionaries like this that has the ID and the length of the effect. And I'll probably rename this to effects with an S, maybe. Just because if I'm making this change, I might as well just go all out and make it exactly what I want, right? I mean, that, or I just add support for the ability to add another one called effects with an array instead of a, you know, singular. But I don't know, it seems kind of redundant to have multiple things that do the same thing, right? So I'll just make it an array. I mean, is it going to be a big issue for you, Oshik, to change those? Or, but I mean, you're the one that wants it, right? To be an array. Okay. Because I literally think you're the only person that it would affect. So, I mean, unless someone else is working on a mod in the background, but I really doubt it, so we're probably fine. Start working the mod now. Okay. Well then, yeah, I can go ahead and make that change, because I've been meaning to add in that functionality anyways. I kind of don't like how you can only do one effect, because it just seems kind of stupid and arbitrary. So, let's just go down the list and do it. Squimp. Potions, so yeah, we're just going to change a list to an array. Call it effects. Boom, boom. I'm just going to search anywhere where it's effect. Well, first off, let's do this. I'm going to say match case whole words. Which ones are not whole words? Oh, those ones. Just say whole word. And then I'll just replace all those with the effects. Replace all. And then it's just a matter of going through. So I just have to, let's do this a better way, like that. Then I don't have to undo it. Okay. That one's good, that one's good. Let's keep going down the list. So that one's okay. It's an array with a dictionary. That one's an array with a dictionary, array with dictionary. This one is bad. Fix that. Are you adding in your own custom effects also? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Yeah, because I do need to test that with, like, modding. There's still, like, some things that, like, should work in theory, but I kind of need to make sure they actually do work. One of these days, I'll probably make some mods. How to make a recipe? Yeah, so that should just be a... I can show you what we've got going on for that. It's also just good to go through these and make sure that I can actually... that we can do everything. Oops, quad mesh. Right, because maybe I forgot to add in a function to actually add in recipes. I don't know if I did or not. Hopefully not. Oh, there's so many, dude. It never ends. Okay, actually, I think it ended. Let's just make sure they're all good. Array, 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 array. And if it wasn't formatted correctly, it would be screaming at me right now, so... Okay, that wasn't too bad. Alright. Should be good then. So recipes. Let's just go make sure there is a thing in mod API for that. There is not, actually, so I will add that. Let's also make sure there's one for effects. Yeah, so there is a effect one. So let's just add it on here. Function to add a recipe entry to the recipe table. People are making mods. Well, like, it's hard for me to know which parts of modding is troublesome without people making any mods, you know what I mean? Entry. I'm not going to do create effect entry. A recipe data dictionary. Global dot. Not that I'm, like, putting the blame on the people. Of course I'm not. I mean, it's just tricky to do modding support in like an early access game that's constantly changing like this. You know, because things will become obsolete and mods will become out of date, and it's unrealistic to expect people to update them all the time. Modding, I think, will kind of really pick up once I add workshop support, and then also just kind of we get to a spot where the game isn't constantly changing and I have to constantly make these changes to things that break everything, right? So, but yeah, I mean, that's what, like, if you're working on a mod and there's anything that you can't do with modding, then just let me know and I'll fix it, you know? So, so I'll just say down in here in modding, added to the add recipe entry function to add recipes. Change the effect tag to be an array. Effects. There isn't a recipe constructor. It's just because it's very specific depending on which building it is. Most of them have like a pretty similar setup, but it just kind of depends on the building, right? So like, for example, down in like the farm, it's going to have different things because The farm also needs like sprites for the crop and stuff, and the sprite plant offset. What I can go ahead and do is upload the recipes table to the modding repository, just to have it as reference. So yeah, I can do that. I will mark that down. Add recipe table to modding repository. Update mod API script and repository. There's probably other things in there I'll do. But yeah, I can like re-upload the resources folder if that would help. I don't know if there's other tables that modders would want to access. Some of the tables are kind of like, you wouldn't really, you know, do it. Spawner table, shop table is a new one. So we probably want one for that one. Should add shop entry. Option to add a shop entry to the shop table. A shop data dictionary. Shop table dot merge. So, what is in shop table? Yeah, usually it's like buy, sell, then ID and the amount. This is why it's kind of ridiculous to have a function to create these, because it's like, yeah, just, you gotta make it yourself, I feel like. Otherwise, it's just gonna be an insane, stupid function that nobody uses. It kind of makes sense for the really basic stuff, but, I don't know, for a lot of other things it doesn't. So we have variables. All of these ones. Oh, I did do a add command one. I didn't realize that. Yeah, because I was gonna do that. Shop table setup. What else do we have? Spawner table, I think already has one. Unlocks table is kind of interesting. I'm gonna not add a function for this yet. I don't want people to use it because it's probably gonna change a lot soon. Recipe table is already done. Regions table, I'm pretty sure I have one for that. I don't. So let's do that. Option to add a region entry to the regions table. A region data dictionary. Okay, so that'll be able to add that there. I need to keep track of all these things I'm adding. Added the add region entry function to add regions. Added the add shop entry to add shop items. Why do you have the Polish translation for the first 4 NPC dialogues in your changelog? I just moved those over because on the translation sheet, the first 4 keys for Spanish were Polish for some reason. But there was already a Polish translation for Polish, so I was like kind of confused on which one was supposed to be there. So yeah, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So I just kind of moved that one over temporarily until I can figure out what's going on with that. But yeah. Effect entry was already there. Building entry, effect, shop, recipe, region, research, item. I think that all seems pretty good. Now I actually had to change some of these because I realized, like, I need to pass in IDs. So effect entry. Like, what is create effect entry? Okay. Like shop entry though, that one doesn't have an ID. Which I guess you can just kind of do what the other ones do. Just merge it with an ID. Yeah, that'll be fine. I'll probably write up some info on how to actually do that properly. Well, I don't know. It would make more sense to change how that works, though. To have an ID. Wouldn't it? Or am I just crazy? Yeah, I think I'll change how that works. So it'll just pass that in and then up where I do add effect entry. I'll pass in this and say .merge this effect ID entry. I think it's just better that way. It's kind of arbitrary to have to do a dictionary instead of a dictionary, so I think it makes more sense if you just pass in the data and the ID. You know what I mean? Just think it's better that way. Shopkeepers, items. Then say this one again. Shop ID, entry. Recipe ID. Now that one's interesting because it's like weird. Because the recipes are always associated with a building. So I guess I'll include that there. Also, these are named improperly. Unique ID for a building to attach a recipe to. Building ID entry. Same with this one. Region ID to entry. Type of string. Okay. A region data dictionary. All right. I think we're almost there. That one's already fine. Why do I have it like that? It's kind of stupid. So, does an array of the item inside. Does that make any sense? No. Because, like, these are the array. So you wouldn't do an array in an array. I mean, I guess that's if you wanted to add an individual one, because that is an array of whatever the data is. So I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay. Spawner entry, add UI spawner entry. Add to command. Yeah, that'll be fine. All right. A little silly with some of these functions. Also including add item entry. For some reason I do it stupid. Is there any mod that actually matters with item IDs? You know what I mean? I don't think so. I mean, these ones are super old and that don't even work. I mean, that one works. I don't think it'll be affected by the add item one. Maybe, actually. Actually, probably not. I don't know. What should we do here? Should I change item entry to have like an item ID here like the other ones? I probably want to be consistent. I think it's early enough to where it won't affect any mods. This is kind of why, like, I haven't added workshop support yet, because we're still kind of like figuring out the format for all this stuff, right? A little bit. Ink ID for an item, e.g. around wood. All right. I don't know. Hopefully this will all be fine. If I mess up anybody's stuff, I apologize. But I think it'll be good to make these changes now before we have even more mods that are using a format that's stupid, right? Now I am gonna have to go through and kind of fix up some of these other things too. So like these create functions, right? Create research entry is fine, I think. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. Because it's research ID and then entry. But this one has research ID. That's stupid, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's stupid. Because if the research ID is there, I'm going to say entry research ID. I'm not like making a horrific mistake, right? No. Should be fine. And then I'm just going to say entry.merge. Yeah, that should be okay, I think. Probably shouldn't even make the special tags thing an array, Because doesn't it just make more sense if it's just a dictionary with all the tags inside of it and then you merge it in? Yeah. I think that just makes more sense. So type is global, requires, you know. Yeah. And then this one is also stupid. Actually, no, create item dictionary is okay. Because that's different. This should not be passed into add item entry. Create an effect entry. So that one's fine because it's just a dictionary with a name and resource. So I don't need to pass in effect ID anymore. Yeah. Create item entry. So yeah, I don't want that to pass in the ID anymore. Because we do that up in the function. And then now we just say special tags now will also be a... I actually even call it the wrong thing. It'll just be a dictionary. Which will be equal to that. So now we just say entry.merge special tags. Filled with special tags, EX, damage 10, heal 5. Yeah, it's just better to do it that way. I want to make these changes now before it's going to be a hassle to, you know, change this stuff later once there's actual, like, serious mods. Not that the mods aren't serious, but you know what I mean. So yeah, get item data is fine. Choose way to loot. That stuff's all fine. Get region from ID. That stuff should all be fine. I don't have a create region thing. So let's just loop through one more time, make sure we're all good. So add building entry. All of these should pass in an ID, right? Like that. Because it's just a better way to do it. And a unique ID for a shopkeeper. I'll give an example. Starground shop. Sala. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. I would like to update that also. I'm really considering kind of changing how the wiki is. Right now it's like a Wikimedia wiki, which, you know, is fine or whatever, but we just don't have the manpower to actually fill it out with all the info that we need. Right? So I'm honestly thinking of writing a program to automatically create the wiki. So basically it would run through the game files and like run through the items table, for example, and just fill out the wiki with all the basic information so that we don't have to do that ourselves, because it's kind of a hassle. I'm not going to lie. Nobody wants to sit there and go through 50,000 items and, you know, it's boring. So I think it would be best to set up a thing for that so it's, yeah, better. You got D for region. I'm gonna leave examples on all this stuff. Starground, region, Viridian. I think we're good. I hate having to undo changes and stuff, you know, but from a dictionary, they're going to use build item entry. I don't think it's called build item entry now. I think it's called create. Okay. She's with the same name, overwrite pre-existing ones. Yeah. EX, Starground, loot chest, I think is one of them. Oh, it's 1-1. Starground loot. What's a good one to use as an example? Starground loot dreadcap, sure. So add spawner entry. That one's fine because I don't actually need an ID associated with that. And same with the UI spawner entry. Command is already good to go because the ID of it is like the command. What's the current mod API version? I have now updated this in here to 1.7. So I'm going to upload that. And I'll probably also spend some time tonight working on the modding wiki and kind of just updating some old obsolete info and adding in some of the new stuff too. I can probably get that. I think you can get it connected up with Obsidian. It still has 1.4. Yeah, that's pretty old. I need to update it. Yeah, I do apologize. It's really hard, man, to like be one person and have to keep up with all the modding stuff and constantly upload the things. And I kind of want to maybe get it set up to where I can just have like a one-click thing that'll automatically push all the changes that I need to into the project. So like in the resources table, I click a button and all the resources are up in the modding repository, you know? Just because it's nice. It's easy. The thing I want from Git is the comments for mod API. Yeah. Does it not? It should have the comments, right? Let's see. Helper functions. Yeah, I think we're good here now. Also, this, I don't pass an ID anymore. Oh, yeah, like if you do the... Yeah, I can make sure that those are included. So yeah, we don't have ID anymore. Dictionary for an item. So this is only used to add an item. To add item data to the items table. Okay. Just making sure this is all like pretty self-explanatory here, right? Yeah, decompile. Yeah, that's kind of annoying that it doesn't include the comments, honestly. It's pretty, I don't know why it doesn't include the comments. I guess when Godot exports the actual code, it doesn't include comments. Which is, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Search name. So special tags is a dictionary now on that one. Just making sure this is all set with the special tag stuff. Yeah, it's way better to do special tags as a dictionary. I don't know why I did it like that before. Makes sense. List bytes for the game. Yeah, right. I mean, I get why they do it. It's a little annoying though. I would just give everybody the decompiled version of the game, but then I know we're gonna run into issues with people, you know, recompiling it and selling it, which is not good. Because I don't want people to, like, I don't want to make it easy to resell the game. I mean, I know it's not that hard to decompile, but at least it prevents, like, bots from automatically grabbing GitHub repos and compiling Godot projects, you know? I could put the comments in strings, but it'll look kind of crazy. And it also means that I can't, like, put comments here, because it'll, like, think that the string is, you know, it'll be all weird. I'll just be better about keeping this file updated, I think, to the GitHub. I'm gonna look and see if I can do some kind of automated GitHub push, right? Or if I could, like, I don't know, somehow, like, do, like, a GitHub repository on the modding repository, but, like, only pick very specific spots or something. I don't know. I'll have to look into how I can do that. Adagon stream's been streaming for 11 hours, so yeah. I don't know how people stream for that long, honestly. It's pretty insane to me. It seems just ridiculous. Like, I'm like tapped out at like 4 hours of game development stuff. I could do longer if I was playing a game. You know, I could probably go like maximum 8 hours or something, but God, Kofina stream for 30 hours. Yeah, that's actually insane. I don't know how people do it, man. Coffee. Oh, I wish coffee actually worked, dude. That would be awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, all this stuff seems to work then. It's the BBG subathon. Oh my god. I don't know, man. Yeah, dangerous amount of caffeine. I would imagine. So the Starground release, maybe. I don't know how long I would go for. It's hard to say, right? But yeah, I could. And all this stuff, this is returning things. All right, well, this seems to be looking pretty good to me. It should all return the same things. I can't imagine it would return something different. I mean, this one will return a value, I guess. I'll say float. Min num is float. Max num is a float. T is a float. Var half range is a float. All right. Wait. Oops. Entry.merge. Special tags. Almost fricked up on that one, guys. Oh yeah, entry is a type of dictionary. I kind of like being very careful about these mod API functions, because I mean, if we're being honest, I do need them to be good, because everyone's using them. So that's the thing with Subathon, is you have very little control over how long you stream. Yeah, that is true. I forgot about that. I don't know. That could be pretty brutal. I mean, it's epic and all, you know, to get subs, but oh man. Is it worth it, though? I think I'd almost rather just do like a 24-hour stream or something, although that would really suck and I would hate it. But, you know. I'm just not built for having a stream for that long, you know? I got things I want to do. And I've got sleep to attend to. Not every time someone buys the game adds to the timer. Oh, I don't want to get stuck there for days, though, or something, you know? That would actually be not worth any amount of money. I don't know. I'd be too worried about something like that, right? um. Okay, I think everything in here is looking good. Is there any other modding stuff that you'd like me to add or take a look at right now while we're here? Changed various functions to include changed add functions to always include an ID and create functions to not include them. More documentation on some examples and mod API. Okay. Well, I think if we're good, I can probably go ahead and get this uploaded real quick off stream because it'll kill the stream anyway, so I'd rather end before that happens. Yeah, I think this will be better. I'm gonna have to redo the example project. Can't talk, which kind of sucks, but it's not too bad. So yeah, I think we should be good to go then. Well, I think that's gonna be it for today's stream. You added helpful assets. Add what to helpful assets? The mod API thing? Because I'll definitely add it in there. Yeah. No, I'll definitely upload that. Because it's not much use if you can't see the comments. I mean, you can kind of understand what's going on in the code without comments, but, I mean, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna upload the new one. And I'm also gonna try and go through the documentation and the wiki and stuff and just kind of make modding a little better. As I get closer to the spot where I want to add in workshop support, I'm probably going to be spending a lot more time on modding, so. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. We're going to go find somebody to raid real quick. I am tired. Who would we want to raid? I do not know. Synapse, we haven't rated him in forever. Power nap. Well, I can't really. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Dylan wants to talk about like Starground stuff, and then I gotta go eat dinner also, so I can't really sleep yet. But yeah, I'll try. I don't know. How do we want to raid? How long has Synapse been streaming for? Sure, we will raid Synapse because it's been a million years. Alright, well, thank you everybody for coming. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam. I'm talking about Starground? Yeah, totally. Join the Discord if you want. I try to do sneak peek stuff, but it's kind of hard sometimes because it's like just so many things I gotta do, you know? Big projects like this, when it gets to this stage with modding and just all the stuff, it's really hard to like handle it all, you know, being one person. But yeah. Sure. We'll raid Synapse, working on Twitch extension stuff. Why not? All right. Bye, gamers. Thank you for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. MST. And yeah, that's going to be it. All right. So done. I'll try and put this update up soon tonight. So yeah. All right. Bye-bye.